have my glasses, so I can't see anybody's faces.
Woo! Awesome. Okay, we're going to call this meeting to order at 5:35 on Tuesday, March 21st. It is a special meeting of the Governing Board, and it is a work session. Roll call, let it be shown that all of our board members are here. Mrs. O'Brien?
I move to adopt the agenda.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That would be 5 for this. So we are doing a work session for the futures. And if we could shut all of our phones off, that would be awesome. Well, you don't have to shut them off. We just don't want to hear what they're doing when they go on. So anyway, we are doing a futures group board report and review regarding the student support services. And Dr. Finch, did you want to say something?
We just want to thank Dr. Neiman, Dr. Vida for all the hard work that the team put into the project. We're looking forward to their report. As you know, we started this adventure actually a couple years ago, and then got to the point where we said we want some outside eyes, and so that's where you came in. You've been working on this report for 7 months, plus or minus, and it's nice to see it come to fruition. And tonight, obviously, we're going to put you on the spot for what you found, and looking forward to your report.
And before you start, I just want to remind everyone that's around the dais to speak right into the microphone so everyone that's here and listening at home or wherever they're listening live stream can hear us. And I think this is a great opportunity to see how and what we may be able to do better. So in the end, the beginning and the middle, our students are going to be more supported. So take it away.
We're on, okay. Yay. All right, well, we're off to an auspicious start, so we want to thank the Governing Board for the opportunity to present tonight. So in addition to Dr. Vida and I would like to acknowledge some other team members, which we will do in a second. So the primary purposes of this presentation tonight are to provide a context for discussion. So in anticipation of the findings and the areas of opportunity, we want to talk a little bit about best practices, special ed law, different ways to support students that are struggling. And again, we feel that will provide a context for the results. Second part will be to review the methodology of the study. Then we're going to provide key findings in areas of opportunity and provide a forum for discussion. So at the very end, we're going to have an opportunity for questions and answers, but we invite the Governing Board to ask questions throughout. If anything is not clear or you just want to discuss anything, we invite discussion throughout the presentation. So we'd like to acknowledge the DVUSD staff. Again, this is a huge undertaking, required a lot of logistics from both central office. When we go through the methodology, we'll talk about we visited every single school and every program. People are extremely accommodating, professional. In terms of the people we want to, somewhat reluctant to do this because we always feel like we're missing somebody, but we want to acknowledge in particular Dr. Smith, Dr. Galligan, Dr. McCusker, Jim, Ernie, the central support staff, again, because it required a lot of work and this futures team members, we had Dr. Levine, Dr. Romanelli, Dr. Edwards, Mr. Beer, Ms. Mortensen, and share of the financial report, Medicaid and transportation. And those are the futures team members, and we really required that large team because we all went out to visit every single school. So in the fall, that's when those site visits took place. So we just want to acknowledge everybody that participated in this study. So in terms of, as we get into the first part, which is really an overview of special ed, I think it's good to go over some terms that we'll be using throughout. You'll see this in the report as well. We start off the report with a glossary of terms, just because sometimes these terms mean different things to different people. So the continuum of supports are the range of programs, personnel, and resources to support all students. About special ed, they use the term continuum of services. We took some license in our report because when we think of a continuum of supports, that breaks down the silo between special ed and general ed. It becomes a continuum that's inclusive of things like 504, MTSS, other academic supports that might be available. So again, special ed doesn't become a silo, it just becomes one more arrow in the quiver to support kids. Co-teaching, it's a model whereby a special ed teacher and a general ed jointly plan and deliver instruction to all students. So for those of you who are familiar with co-teaching, if you've ever been to a classroom and there's co-teaching, you see a teacher, or two teachers. You don't know who's special ed, you don't know who's gen ed, you don't know who's special ed in the classroom. Ed, they're just two teachers taking joint ownership of instruction, and that is really the model that I think, in our view, is when co-teaching works. Effectiveness is the degree to which services under review promote optimal educational outcomes, access to the curriculum. Efficiency, it's the degree to which special education services and personnel are responsible, uniformly, and optimally utilized to ensure district spend in a fiscally sound manner. So we know that the district only has a finite amount of resources to support students, and that's how we look at the efficiency. I'm going to talk about horizontal alignment in just a little bit in terms of a graph, but it's practice that correlates special education instruction to grade level expectations. So again, I'm sure this is not the first time you've heard of this, but special ed is not a silo, it's not a place, it's a service to help students achieve academics. Level 3 classrooms, we'll talk quite a bit about that when Dr. Vita talks about regionalization. Level 3 classrooms are classrooms that basically support students with significant disabilities that require instruction outside of the general ed classroom for the majority of their day. Ownership, that's the philosophy whereby basically all students are all our students, and we'll talk about that in the first part about this idea of culture. We've been in some school districts where it doesn't matter who's gen ed and who's special ed, these are all our kids. We've been in some school districts where there's that division where that's special ed and that's gen ed, and never the two shall meet. And from our perspective, ownership is a really critical issue. Best practices. Vertical alignment is the degree to which students transition from grade to grade or school to school is seamless. So picture there's some transition points in any student's career from they go from preschool to elementary school to middle school to high school. We want to make sure that those programs meet their needs as they. That's one of the dimensions we'll be talking about. So some of the overriding frameworks, sort of the lens that we put into our work is this idea of special ed is not a place, but simply another tool in the toolbox to think about a continuum of supports. On the gen ed side, tiered 1, 504, and academic supports are for all kids. It's not a special ed, not special ed initiatives, all the way to special ed. So again, when we present the information, we want to think of ways to support all kids, not just special ed. The current thinking and best practices mandate that the silos between special ed and general ed must be broken down across all domains. So again, kind of breaking down that artificial barrier that it's not special ed, it's not gen ed, these are just all our. Talked about special ed is not a place, but one of many supports along a continuum. Once classified, students with disabilities, IEP team should always reflect to ensure that promote independence, that perhaps services could dwindle or they don't need as many services. Again, we're trying to maximize least restrictive environment, which Dr. Vita will talk about. Again, just another way to look at that dimension of vertical and horizontal alignment. A good program is one that meets students in terms of horizontal alignment. So you can see in the middle of this model is the student, that the student's needs are met horizontally, so the instruction is effective to help them achieve academic standards. But it's not just academics. Sometimes, again, we talk about academics and achievement and how they're doing with state testing, and that's important. But it's not just that. It's also the child's experience. Are they able to go to unified sports or best buddies? So again, it's beyond just the academic, it's the ability for the program to meet them both academic and non-academic ways. Vertical alignment, again, if you picture that student as they age, does the program continue to meet their needs? So let's say one school has co-teaching, but then they go to middle school and there's not so much co-teaching. That might be a gap in vertical alignment because the programs that are used to not following them as they progress from school to school. One of the things we'll talk about today is MTSS. I don't think this pyramid or the RTI pyramid is unfamiliar to a lot of you. So we'll talk about this. Sometimes we think about MTSS as sort of unidirectional, that it's a way to support students before they're referred, which is true, but we're going to talk about in the areas of opportunity of MTSS, that there are ways to use MTSS as a step down. In other words, when students are exiting special education, we can use those tiered interventions almost as a safety net. When they still need something, perhaps not special ed, but the tiered interventions might be available to them for a successful transition out of special education. Some other overriding frameworks is the idea that effectiveness and efficiency, we talked about them, we defined them, but they're not mutually exclusive. So for example, efficacious co-teaching. So picture a co-teaching dyad where you have the general ed teacher and the special ed teacher working in unison. Co-plan, they're able to deliver instruction in the general ed classroom, and that's very effective. It means instructional staff capacity, so that, again, that leads to better efficiencies. More push-in services, let's say we have OT, speech, and PT as part of their model. They do push-in services. That's better use and finite of scarce specialists, and we know that one of the things we'll talk about, related services is a real need area amongst many other special education disciplines in Arizona and nationwide. Promotion of student independence, re-engineering of staff allocation. So again, picture a paraprofessional who no longer needs to be one-to-one or shared. That results in promotion of student independence, but also allows the district to maximize that service. Implementation of guidelines. One of the things we'll talk about is maybe reflect on guidelines for speech and language services. It allows for related services to support all students. In more district programs, and promotes LRE, least restrictive environment, all things being equal. It minimizes out-of-district placements so students can be, have their services met within the district, and we know that can be a cost. Again, effectiveness and efficiency are very much interrelated constructs.
So as we go through this report and this presentation, there are going to be some basic premises or fundamental concepts that we'll refer back to, and really they are the essence of special education. So when we look at special education, there are various different processes that districts implement, strategies for providing services to students, instructional services, but they all follow these basic assumptions. And the primary basic context that we are working within is free appropriate public education. And as you can see in this slide, free appropriate public education basically is founded on the concept that students with disabilities should be receiving a similar quality of service to those students in the district who don't have disabilities. So as we look at FAPE, we're saying that the program that is provided by the IEP team, by the district, in each of the schools in the district and in out-of-district placements needs to adequately or appropriately meet the needs of that student. And that term appropriate is something that we're going to go back to over and over again as we talk about least restrictive environment, as we talk about service delivery models, as we talk about every aspect of special education. And just as with our general education program, we do the best we can. Every school district does the best they can with the resources they have in the context of the program that's offered. I think everyone has a wish list, and that wish list is very nice, and if it can be implemented within the constraints that face every school district in the country, it's implemented. The appropriate part of it is equated to adequate. So we don't want a substandard program for students with disabilities that doesn't match the quality and the comprehensiveness of services that are provided for children without disabilities. So as we look at this, we promote the concept that students with disabilities are educated to the maximum extent appropriate with their non-disabled peers. This is, as we move on, referred to as not to the maximum extent possible, but to the maximum extent appropriate. And as you'll see later on in the presentation, Deer Valley has done a nice job including students in the general education environment as compared to other school districts in the cohort or similar school districts in the area. So least restrictive environment refers to again, the basic concept in special education that students with disabilities should be educated with their non-disabled peers to the maximum extent appropriate. For some students, the least restrictive environment might mean some consulting service. A special education teacher might provide to the general education teacher or some other specialized service provider. For some students who have mild disabilities. For other students, the least restrictive environment might be in an out-of-district placement where they have no contact whatsoever with the general education classroom. Again, it depends on the individual needs of the student. Another term that we will refer to frequently is the IEP, or Individual Education Plan. So that individual education plan prescribes the extent to which students with disabilities would be educated with their Dr. Nyman spoke a little bit about the continuum of services. And as we look at that continuum of services within special education, he referred to general education and special. Look at that continuum of services within special education, we have a structure that provides appropriate services in the least restrictive environment for students with very mild disabilities, along that continuum to students with very significant disabilities. That continuum might be structured with a variety of service delivery models, and that's where we talk about consulting or a push-in model where a special ed teacher might go into a classroom and work in conjunction with a gen ed teacher or work individually with one or more students with disabilities. We might then go to the co-teaching model where the special ed teacher and the general ed teacher are both providing services to students with special needs as well as students who don't have a disability. Then we move along to a resource model where maybe students are in the classroom and receive much of their subject area academics in those situations, but they're also exposed to general education class for a good part of their day. And within that service delivery model, there's less and more. It goes next step where it may be a self-contained class with students who are mainstreamed from that self-contained setting that is taught by a special education teacher, all the way to places like Vista Peak and out of district. Students spend the majority of their time, if not all their time, in a special education setting. So that kind of sets the parameters for the continuum of services within a district. Districts that have very effective special education programs have a broad continuum to allow the IEP team to develop prescriptive service delivery model for each student based on their individual disabilities, learning experiences, and level of performance.
One of the other elements we talk about is it anticipates the related service discussions. Related services, it's OT, PT, speech language. By law, they exist from an educational model, not a medical model. That can be confusing sometimes to parents or other people that really don't understand the orientation, but they exist to help, again, students be successful. So let's say physical therapy is working with a student. They are working with that student to help them become safe and ambulate around the classroom safely. They're not taking the place of a medical clinical model, just like that's true for OT, PT, or speech and counseling. So we think that's an important contextual element to talk about because, again, when we talk about related services and their effectiveness, it all comes back to that educational model. 504s were a piece of this. We're going to let Dr. Vita talk a little bit about just some of the legislation and the context for that.
So in addition to special education for students in public schools, there are several other pieces of legislation that provide safeguards and services for individuals with disabilities. In the context of the school setting, Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 establishes a process and a structure to primarily provide access. So ramps that are in public facilities, wheelchairs, individuals access that facility. Section 504 is a similar kind of legislation. It allows students with disabilities to access the programs and services of the school. So there's a difference between special education and 504, even though both of these pieces of legislation provide Section 504 is an anti-rights statute versus. Look at this. It's important to keep in mind that while some students, there's not much all special education students, all 504 students are not. So for those students, rather than having an individualized education plan, primarily focused on accommodations for students with 504. Each school, while the 504 process falls under the Department of Each school identifies to allow With 504, the criteria for eligibility, mental or physical impairment, actually limits less specific than special education, where there are specifically defined. As you can see there, so a student with asthma might need a promote an asthmatic episode, or nurse, or whatever kinds of accommodations are necessary to Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. All right. I didn't want to be too loud. Is this okay? Okay. All right. Okay. Very good. So under 504, we talk about. Let's see. Down to the next slide. Okay. So under IDEA, to the left, that's special education. 504 to the right, you can see the differences between the criteria that is identified for each of those legislative processes. If there are no questions on that, I'm not going to read through them for you. Okay.
Okay. Does the board have any questions about the contextual section we just went before we move on to the study? So just want to talk about the methodological approach, how we arrived at the findings. We had input from 756 stakeholders, and we feel really good about that large N, that sample size. We know that it was very important for leadership to make this a very transparent process, to make sure that it was open for input. So how that broke down was 424 confidential interviews. And again, we're not going to go through all the stakeholders, but there was a representative from all the schools and from central office, and again, the governing board. We appreciate everyone's input. We had a online survey for parents of students with disabilities. It was totally confidential. And at the close of business about 10 days ago, we had 287 responses from parents. You can see in the report we reported the metadata, the actual quantitative data, but we purposely left out any comments because we didn't want to inadvertently identify any parents or students, because some of the comments were pretty pointed about the particular students, good or bad, about their experience in their schools, and so we purposely did not include comments in the report for that very reason. But again, that's a healthy sample size, and 45 responses. There was a survey in 2019, a staff survey, just basically how staff were feeling about the district, and there were 45 tagged comments that were related to special education that we used for validation, as additional input from staff. So again, there was a lot of stakeholdership involved in the input process. Methodology included non-evaluative walkthroughs of all district schools, including Vista Peak. So I mentioned before, acknowledging the team, all the team members spent at least half a day at the schools. We did a non-evaluative walkthroughs. We don't own any clipboards in futures, but even if we did, we would not include them in the walkthroughs. We didn't want any staff to feel that this was evaluative, and it certainly wasn't. The walkthroughs with the principals, the assistant principals, were just to allow our staff to understand the context and the continuum of services at the schools, what services were available for students. A random stratified review of 400 IEPs, which is about 10% of the overall special ed population. Review of district documents, including organizational structure, referral procedures, the continuum of services, professional development, so a whole bunch of qualitative data from documents that were provided to us. Quantitative parameters included benchmarking with respect to staffing, expenditures, and disability data. And again, as Dr. Vita said, we spent a lot of time comparing the district to cohort districts. So Peoria, Paradise Valley, Scottsdale, those types of things you'll see in the report, because it was important to compare apples to apples, because the district is large and outside Phoenix. We wanted to make sure that we compared the district to those cohorts as part of the process in addition to our national benchmarking.
Mrs. Frank?
So I'm just curious, how did you choose the cohort districts? What was your criteria?
When we met with the leadership, we actually asked what schools in the valley are of similar size and demographics. So we're really relying on input from leadership.
Thank you.
You can go ahead.
Workflow analyses, and again, when we talk about how we looked at staffing, it's beyond caseload, what we call a workload analysis, because a teacher with 15 students, let's say mostly with, let's say, learning disabilities or other health impairment, is very different than a teacher who might have any given year in the Learning Center have students with high needs, students on an autism spectrum, or students, with medical fragility. So we had to really dig deep beyond just the caseload discussion into the workflow analysis. So that was sort of our metric in looking at not just the staff, but also student support services, because, and you'll see, it's a very leanly staffed group. It wasn't enough just to say, here's the metric, and we're going to talk about comparison. We really had to understand what was happening in all the different roles and responsibilities that they have. Student achievement data, which we're going to talk about, Medicaid data, and transportation data. So those were sort of the quantitative parameters that we triangulated with the qualitative. So I'm not going to go through the 10 driving questions, but it made sense to us in talking with leadership to not just talk about the different constructs like continuum of services and culture and climate, but to really help refine the presentation, talk about the 10 driving questions, and to really be reflective of those in terms of what we found and what the areas of opportunity within each of those areas were. Where we combined some of those questions that seem to have some overlap, and we'll talk about that. So we'll go through each of those 10 as we go through the findings. So we talked about culture and climate, and we start there intentionally because, again, it's such a critical parameter, the idea of culture and climate at each school. So driving question 1 was, are culture and climate at both central office and school-based levels conducive to optimizing special education services? So interviews indicated that the relationships and between special educators and general educators are very much school dependent. So we can't make definitive statements across all the schools and say all 38 schools are just like this, because there's so much variability. Some schools have different degrees of ownership, not just within the schools, but across grades. So it is very much teacher dyad specific. So at certain schools, there might be more or less ownership depending on how the relationship is between the teachers. However, what we can say is that the trend seems to be on the upward swing. In other words, across the schools, this idea of ownership and principals really being strong advocates for students with disabilities. It's not linear, but overall it seems like the district has made some nice gains with that. So people really are aware and have, the construct that these are all our kids. So it really is going into a better direction. The seminal issue of ownership also appears related to the capacities of the general education staff. I think you saw a lot in the report I'm going to talk about today is some general ed teachers are really struggling with students with disabilities, especially students with behaviors. And what we heard is the teachers really want to help these kids. So it's not a question of I don't want to, or it's not a question of will, but it's a question is, do the teachers have the capacities to address the needs? So the feeling is if they have the tools in the toolbox to meet the kids' needs, there will be much better ownership. It's almost circular. So again, when we talk about the LRE data, this came right from ADE. DVUSD is the highest in the cohort in terms of kids being in the general education at least 80% of the time. So that's a real celebration. It means that the IP team members and the people at the school level are doing their best to try to keep kids in general education. As Dr. Vita said, all things being equal, that's where we want kids to be as long as the IEP is being met. I do want to just mention a little caveat that 70%, although that is a celebration, might be somewhat misleading because that 70% is somewhat agnostic. It's a number that means students with disabilities are spending, 70% of the kids with disabilities are spending at least 80% of their time in gen ed. But that doesn't necessarily mean that there's co-teaching or the most effective integrated practices. So that's just the quantitative, but the qualitative is what we heard is that things like co-teaching and, again, the integration of services might not be happening as much as people hoped, at least in terms of fidelity. So when we talk a little bit about student achievement and co-teaching and ways the district to move forward, we want to build upon that quantitative component.
So when we look at that 70%, which looks like a celebration, so what I'm hearing from you is that that doesn't necessarily mean that the best practices are going on in those classrooms. Is it also possible that we have students in that 70% whose academic or social emotional needs would be better met in a different placement?
That's possible. As we look at the current structure and the service delivery models that are being used, commendations are in order because the LRE aspect of special education is being promoted. And that's been a basic driving force in the district. On the other hand, we talked about FAPE a little bit earlier, where the appropriateness, or even if it is appropriate, is it more effective as we look at student performance, so that in some of those situations where students with pretty significant needs are being accommodated and appropriately educated through their IEP in a resource room, for example, they're also being educated there with students who have more or less significant disabilities. We'll talk a little bit about also, Michael alluded to, or Dr. Nyman alluded to, the qualifications, the experience, the training, the expertise of those teachers in those settings. They may or may not be experienced in dealing with students with significant disabilities who they are responsible for in that setting. So when we look at that, the challenge is if you've got students at varying grade levels, varying levels of ability, varying categories of disability, needs, behavioral needs, academic needs, previous experience, et cetera, it makes it very difficult for a single special education teacher to meet all their needs in one place. So as we look at that, that's one of the issues that we'll be talking about. So good point. Thank you.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, then it's not so much about having everyone in the least restrictive environment, it's about having them in the appropriate placement where they can be the most successful.
Right, so it's a combination. The
Okay.
they should be in an environment that is least restrictive, but also appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
I have just a comment to make. So one of the concerns that I've heard for, I don't know, 20 years, 12 years, 6 years, 5 years this year, is that a lot of the behavior issues don't go anywhere else other than in the classroom because of various reasons, lack of personnel. So is that going to be addressed?
Yes. One of the most significant challenges facing that we've heard about across the district is working with students who are exhibiting behavioral adjustment issues, emotional issues. And yes, they are, their instructional needs and even some behavioral goals are being addressed through their special education teachers. They're also receiving support through the BAT team, through the school psychologists, the social workers, counselors, etc. But those services are strained. Let's put it that way for the time being, that with mental health and student adjustment issues being one of the most significant challenges being faced by the district, it's difficult to focus resources in that area when they have other responsibilities. So that's not to say that any students who have needs in that area are not having those needs addressed, but are we addressing them in the most effective way?
Okay, thank you.
So areas of opportunity. One of the areas that we'd like to put out there for consideration is that as new teachers in the district are hired, every district has a little different culture and personality. And if the expectation in Deer Valley is that general education, special education teachers are going to work together, they're going to share responsibility for students with disabilities, they're going to have mutual ownership, it's important that new staff be oriented to this way of thinking, and that is the expectation that the school principals and assistant principals and district leadership have for all teachers and all professionals and all paraprofessionals in the district. So the ownership issue is a key issue, and we often say that special education is not a place, but it's a service. It's a way of educating. And if we are educating students with disabilities together in the least restrictive environment, the results tend to be better. Not more better, just better. All right. Yeah, okay. So for those people who are listening at home, yeah, more better is not a good term. But I'm from Florida, so it doesn't matter. So continue the professional development for both gen and special ed teachers, not only for the new teachers, but for people who are currently on staff. As we talk to people throughout the district, we found that over time, the culture is changing. Teachers and other professionals and principals all across the district are certainly coming around to understand that it's a shared responsibility. Once a student is identified as having a disability, it doesn't mean that they go someplace else and they're no longer the responsibility of the classroom teacher. No, that classroom teacher is the subject area specialist. We've got other people who are strategists or who are support staff, but we cannot avoid providing the subject area expertise that general ed teachers have and should not do that. So the closer we can bring special education and general education to a unified approach to address the needs of all students, the better the results will be. At the school level, there are essential functions that principals and school leaders need to look at to ensure that not only there is time for general and special ed people to collaborate and plan and talk about strategies that are effective, that collaboration, in fact, works out to be embedded professional development. So those general education teachers who may not feel that they have the expertise to deal with specific disabilities can learn about those disabilities and strategies to address those disabilities in the general education classroom. On the other hand, the special education teachers and those related services staff who are all focusing on the same academic goals have an opportunity to learn from the gen ed teachers about the curriculum, about expectations for all students. Special ed students, gen ed students all take the same standardized tests. They're all held to the same level of accountability, and we measure their performance on the same scale. So it's important that special education students are exposed to the enriched environment of the general education class and to the expertise of the general education teachers, and not being taught, as Dr. Nyman said, in a silo, an alternative curriculum, unless that's prescribed in their IEP. So driving question number 2, among the various stakeholders, teachers, administrators, board members, parents, does there exist an understanding of the district's continuum of services? So we talked about the continuum. It seems as though in general there is a pretty good understanding of the continuum that's available in each school. The way that looks in each school tends to be a little different. Whether or not people like the continuum of services and the structure that's in place tends to vary from individual to individual and possibly school to school. So the focus on the continuum is an important part of enhancing or redefining the way special education and related services are provided in the district. Some of the concerns here by those who feel that the continuum is not necessarily the most effective structure, the learning centers. We talked a little bit before about the heterogeneity or the generic structure of the learning centers, dealing with a variety of students with a variety of different needs and a variety of different levels of need. Those teachers who might have the most experience and who might have the best fit or the expertise to address specific disabilities may not be working with those students with the most significant needs in those areas. So that's an issue to look into. Students with behavioral needs, again, biggest challenge that has been identified in the schools. And currently there is one BAT team, Behavior and Autism Assistance Team, in the district. And that team is spread very thin. So we'll talk a little bit more about the BAT team, but getting around to all the schools and addressing all the behavioral issues by this one group of individuals is a real challenge. There are limited programs designed to address mental health, behavioral needs as a support for academic performance. And again, just keep in mind, we talk about the educational model versus the clinical model, and schools are not equipped, nor is it the charge of the school to provide therapeutic mental health service, just like it's not the charge of the school to provide the services of medical services other than the school nurse, et cetera. So if a student breaks a leg, it's not the school's responsibility to fix it. And if a student has a serious emotional disorder, it's not the school's responsibility to address that other than to provide access to education. So we work around those disabilities to enable that student to demonstrate educational benefit in the curriculum, but it's ultimately the curriculum that the school is charged with providing, or a curriculum that's identified for that individual student through the IEP. So on the other hand, those staff members who felt that the continuum of service is meeting the needs of students, the recurring themes there are greater ownership by all in the school, so that as we discussed before, the gen ed personnel in the school feel a sense of ownership and responsibility and empowerment to deal with special education students. Yes, Ms. Tweedy.
I'm sorry, back to the previous slide. I didn't understand the last point, what you were talking, where the findings that's talking about programs outside of Vista Peak. I don't, did you touch on that and I missed it?
So there are very few programs designed to address the social, emotional, behavioral, mental health needs of students, academic programs outside of Vista Peak. There are services available, there are counseling services, but they are not in place as a cohesive program, such as an academic classroom for students with, or a setting for students with behavior issues or severe emotional disturbance. And again, when we talked about special education and the specific categories of identification, misbehavior is not a category of a disability for eligibility for special education. Resistance or swearing or,
Okay, but emotional disability is, so.
Severe emotional disability,
Okay,
yes.
so, and there's a program like ACEs, so I'm just curious, are you saying we don't have enough programs that are, I'm trying to understand what you mean by this
Basically,
point.
yes. Yeah, there is a feeling that it's very difficult to get students into a program like Vista Peak, and Vista Peak only has a limited capacity to handle to accept any more students. They have a relatively small staff. So one of the areas to take a look at is there another way to provide services for those students?
So, Mrs. Tweedy, when I used to teach, I taught in a self-contained classroom at a self-contained school for students with severe emotional behavior disorders. And we used a specific program to address their behaviors, get their behaviors back to where they could be mainstreamed back to a general ed classroom. And so they eventually, most of our students eventually went back to their home school for a portion of the day or all day.
Well, and I would agree with what you're saying. I was trying to understand this point. So what programs does Vista Peaks offer?
Well, Vista Peak, basically, other than for students with cognitive disabilities, is a program for students with difficulties around the behavioral and social emotional area.
Could we please have Dr. McCusker answer this particular question? Thank you.
Absolutely. So the Vista Peak School, which is a private level of service, so I think we need to be cognizant of that. Students that attend Vista Peak have been moved down the continuum via their IEP. And prescriptively, the students that are supported by Vista Peak are students with emotional disabilities, as well as students with autism. Autism that's more impactful that cannot be met on their homeschool campus.
Okay, thank you.
And just to go all the way to the beginning of your question, were you also asking for programs that were specifically on individual campuses also? Or were you just specifically asking about Vista Peak?
Well, it sounded like what he was saying is there's a limited number of programs outside Vista Peak.
Right, and were you referring to the campuses or?
Oh, were you saying within the
Yes,
district,
within
not
our
private
district.
placement?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that's really what she's asking.
Yeah.
Okay.
All those programs are available in Arizona, but obviously not run by us. I think that's what you.
Right. Yes, I was referring to on campuses in Deer Valley School District.
So Vista Peak does not have a program for cognitive disabilities?
Ms. Tweedy, no, they do not at this time, but we certainly service a heterogeneous group of students with more significant needs, primarily students with emotional disabilities or autism.
Okay, thank you.
So what we have found, or was indicated, was that a true continuum of services is not necessarily available at every campus, and that is a challenge. We won't get into the special ed strategists yet, but that's an area that we want to talk about a little bit as to how the district might look at developing a continuum of services with more options for students that makes sense programmatically, and it makes sense as far as an efficient use of the district's resources.
Thanks, Tom. So we just want to make the point that when we ask the question, is the continuum of services meeting student needs? There was very little gray area. People very, very passionately, yes, this is meeting the student needs the way the neighborhood structure is or it isn't. So Dr. Vita had talked before about this slide. What were the main reasons why the services were not meeting students' needs? Well, again, the learning centers were too heterogeneous. The teachers might not be the best fit to meet the student needs. We talked about the paucity of behavioral programs. And then there was another camp, for want of a better term, that said, yes, we like this, this model where students are being served in their neighborhood. It's about 10 years in the making, I believe. That it is actually meeting students' needs, and where it's not is because of these things, that there needs to be greater ownership of students before they tried all the behavioral interventions, that sometimes the referral to the BAT team was too quick. That in fact the continuum does exist at each school, and the students' needs were being met in the educational environment, again, that was least restrictive. And then the roles of the special ed strategist was another layer of support that, again, could ensure that the neighborhood school was the best fit for the students. So we're just, in those two slides, we just want to contrast those responses from the different stakeholders.
So when you talk about the continuums working or not, did you find that it was in certain geographical areas? Was it K-6, then 7-8, then 9-12, or was there anything that was similar?
Yeah, I can, the recurring theme that we heard was, it wasn't so much students with medical fragility, although occasionally that might have been a challenge, or students with learning needs. It was across the board students with behavior. That's where, irrespective of school or grade level or geography, people were struggling the most, meeting the needs of students with behavioral challenges.
And then you made a statement that, or you quoted something that said that the BAT team was called too early. I've heard that they're called on time, but they don't have the amount of time to respond on time. So I've never heard that it was too early.
Yeah. Well, again, the perception among some is that the bad team is stretched too thin. I think everyone actually agrees with that. But
Right.
there was a perception among some stakeholders that we talked to is that everything was not tried first within the school level to meet the needs before that team was called in. That's, again, that was just a perception of people that were in the, in the camp that said, this is the best way to meet students' needs right now. And one of their perceptions was that not everything was tried first before the bad team was called in.
And was that specific to an area, or was that across?
To certain schools, and again, Dr. Vita and I we'd like to present this as a systemic and not to single out any schools, but these are recurring themes.
Okay.
So I'm just curious in terms of the perception of stakeholders. You had the two camps, one who felt this is not working at all, and the other camp who felt this is working very well. Did they offer information on how their child was doing? Were they successful? Because I would imagine if my child was not being successful, I would have the perception that this was terrible. And if I had a child who was doing really well, my perception would be very different. So did you gather any information or any insight into why if people's experiences informed their opinions of whether or not we're meeting students' needs?
Yeah. It's a good question. Specific to parents, when I read through all the comments, the 280-some comments, the parents that were thrilled with the way it worked right now is because their child was achieving and was happy. They were with their brothers and sisters, and these are the friends they play with after school. Where parents were not happy, they felt that the same things, that the level of service was not meeting their needs because they need something other than what was happening there. So it was very much, again, a black and white issue with parents and also with other stakeholders we spoke to.
Okay. And also to the point earlier that swearing and misbehavior are not a disability, they're not an emotional disability. That's true, but I worked with a lot of emotionally disabled students, and I never met one that was well-behaved that did not have some type of, I would say the behavior could be a symptom of an emotional disability, although you can have students who swear and misbehave who certainly have no disability at all. But I never had a emotionally disabled child who did not experience some type of behavioral difficulties or behaviors.
Definitely. So misbehavior is typically a symptom of an emotional disability, but misbehavior by itself is not necessarily an identifier of someone with an emotional disability.
Correct.
Exactly as you said.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
The other is that as we talk about the learning centers and the current structure, the vast majority of students are going to do fine. The services they're getting are fine. So it's not a, is this broken? Is it all broken, or is it all okay? So the issue there is that for some students with high needs and low incidence, there may need to be some other kinds of service delivery options to enhance the continuum of service. So we're not saying that the current system is not meeting the needs of the vast majority of students. Does it need to be tweaked to address some of those needs? And there's many different models that school districts use to provide that continuum. So on this screen, we're looking at some of the things that we're suggesting be considered. And that is that as far as parents are concerned, it's important for parents as well as staff to understand the essentials of special education and what the district is required to do, what offerings are out there, how the system is structured, so that expectations are aligned. And that's often a point of contention when it's unclear as to what the law requires districts to do versus what some parents think might be a nice thing for the districts to do. So maybe some workshops, some opportunities to explain this to parents. And I think based on what we've heard from staff, across the board, they try to do this at the IEP team meetings annually to have parents understand eligibility criteria, to talk a little bit about exit criteria, because again, ideally, you would like to see a student benefit to the point where they have developed skills to compensate for their disability and not require as significant an amount of special education support or any support at all. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in the context of MTSS and a phase-out. Revisit the establishment of program descriptions so that, as Dr. Nyman talked about, when we look at continuity, when we look at alignment vertically and horizontally, that, number one, programs are consistent from level to level, and programs are consistent throughout the district. Naturally, every school's a little bit different. They'll approach things in their own way. Schedules are different. Staffing levels are different. Student populations are different, so this requires adjustment on an ongoing basis. But that being said, there should be some consistency throughout the district as far as programmatic alignment. And that applies also to staff, because there are staff members who are not familiar with eligibility criteria for special education. They're not familiar with the continuum of services district-wide. And one of the areas that we'll be talking about a little bit is the availability of specialists in the field of special education to convey that information and to provide collaboration for gen ed teachers and special ed teachers. On the other hand, the collaboration and advice provided by general education specialists to the special education staff is another important area to take a look at.
Thanks, Tom. So the next term questions, we combined 3 and 5 just because we saw overlap. That first question has to do with the capacities to meet student needs, and that second one is really transitions within the district to make sure that students are, again, that successful vertical articulation. So we felt that there was sufficient content overlap in that, so we combined them. So we talked a little bit before about some terms, and not to get too pedantic, but we just want to talk about some of these capacities that really lay at the root of, in our view, successful programs. Personnel capacity, it's the degree to which staff and district programs have the requisite training, competence, and support currently requiring out-of-district placements. Programmatic capacity, it's the ability of programs to meet the needs of students. Organizational capacity is the degree to which the leadership overseeing programs is optimally constituted. Physical plan capacity, that's the degree to which the district can house programs in a manner that will optimize educational outcomes. So again, when we think about students with significant disabilities, let's say that have ADL or activities of daily life needs, that requires a very different physical plan capacity, or students with sensory needs. A lot of students on the autism spectrum have sensory needs. They do well with swings and physical plan things. And again, that requires consideration of the way the programs are situated in terms of the physical plant. Financial capacity, the degree to which there exists adequate financial supports for the programs and services. So again, when we think about our programs meeting student needs, all those capacities need to be considered. This is a recurring theme in terms of personnel capacity. Staff appear, again, to be much more comfortable addressing the needs of students that don't have behavioral needs. Co-teaching, as discussed, appears largely dependent on the co-teaching dyads at any given school. So let's say Dom is a gen ed teacher and I'm a special ed teacher. It might be up to us to determine, let's say we're third grade, to find the time to do co-teaching. But it doesn't necessarily appear to be either a school-wide or a district-wide process. Some districts embrace co-teaching as being a district-wide process. It's just what they do. Whereas in the district, there's a lot of latitude, a lot of autonomy at the school level for leadership and from teachers to decide if that's something you want to do or not. So it does exist, but not on a systemic level. Neighborhood schools are doing their best to provide consistent nursing services. When we talk about some of the related services, which nursing services are, again, we know that that can be a strained area, just the lack of capacity. And it was reported that the personnel capacity to meet the needs of homebound services is strained. That's one of the many things within student support services, and I think you got a sense of report, there's a lot that student support services does. 504, homebound, vouchers, and again, with a homebound population, there's not a lot of teachers to go around to meet those needs. A review of the professional development offerings by student support services suggests that leadership is doing a very good job providing staff with content-validated training. So again, kind of keeping up to date on what teachers need. And are doing a really good job with a mix of internal and external staff, so conferences, bringing people in-house, as well as embedded mentorship for newly hired staff. That's a real celebration. We know that the budget for PD sometimes is the first to go in these tough budget seasons, and we know that there's a lot of variables in student support services that influence that might be unexpected costs that might bite into that. Preschool was one of the variables that I believe was cutting into PD in terms of unexpected evaluations, and again, having to meet the needs and evaluations and having people do that's a variable in the professional development budget for student support services, but they're doing their level best to provide PD for their staff. Certified staff report they're generally pleased with the professional development opportunities, although related services, PTOT speech, sometimes it's hard to get them as part of that unified PD because they might be doing other things or assigned to multiple schools. So if a certain school is having professional development on a particular topic, sometimes it's hard to get people that cover multiple schools to be part of that unified trainings. Trainings for paraprofessionals is viewed as limited. Again, there's multiple reasons for that. I don't think we've done a study nationwide where we haven't got that input because of there might be some contractual or time on premises to get the actual PD or days allocated. But sometimes, again, the paraprofessionals, they are the front level or the frontline staff with students. To get them beyond just the minimum can be challenging. In general, those interviews indicate they have necessary materials and resources like instructional technology, smart boards, things like that. We know things are, even though you wouldn't know it with the way Dr. Vita and I handle the microphone, things are becoming very technologically advanced. Some of us are equipped, some of us are not, but there you go. I mastered that last week. So, but again, during the walkthroughs and talking to teachers, it feels like they have what they need in terms of instructional materials. We'd like to talk a little bit about the ratios, what we call the availability ratio in the report. It's really just a fancy way of saying how many staff are available to support students. So here, DVUSD, and again, I apologize, we have many colors to deal with the cohort, so it didn't always come out in the as we had hoped, but DVUSD is on the left-hand side, and that indicates the number of special ed, the one on the left, number of special ed students per teacher. So think of it as 14 to 1 means for every 14 students within the district, there's one special ed teacher, whether in-house or substitute. One of the challenges was ADE, somewhat rear view driving. So that was as of, and you'll see in the report, 16, 17. That ratio is approaching 15.5 or 16 now. So it is less generously staffed than it was in these comparisons. We don't know just yet if those other cohort districts also went up or down in kind. So that's a comparison based on the last available data. All that to say that the ratio is less generous this year than it was last year. See the non-certified special education paraprofessionals, 11 to 1. So for every 11 students in special ed, there's one paraprofessional. That does not mean that each paraprofessional has 11 students. That just allows us to do that apples to apples comparison.
So programmatic capacity, looking at the level of achievement for students with disability in Deer Valley compared to cohort districts, there's not a substantial difference in the level of achievement for students K through 12, but we will look at that in a little more detail. At the preschool level, students are doing well compared to other districts, the cohort school districts. As you can see there, specifically in the social, emotional, the acquisition and use of knowledge and skills, and the use of appropriate behavior.
I just want to elaborate if I could. Those are IDA indicators. The state is required to report how preschool students are doing. And those 6 areas, they are specific to preschool. And you can see, as Dr. Vita said, in each of those 6 areas, the district is exceeding the average of the cohort school districts. And that is a huge celebration because we know how important preschool is for students. That's where things get going for special education. And the research is very clear. This idea of front-loading, giving students what they need at a very early age is a great investment. That's where there's plasticity of the brain. That's where the most learning occurs. So this was a real celebration in terms of what's happening in student support services.
So on pages 46 and 47, are they different years because the titles underneath the bar chart are the same, but the numbers are different? If you,
in the actual...
In my handout that I have?
We have, yeah.
It's probably just, you said there were 6 areas. It only has 3. It's 3 areas. So the bottom chart, it's just missing the other labels. Because they're different numbers, so it had to be different labels. So it just has the same label.
It just has the mislabeled. It's just mislabeled then.
Correct.
They say this. Sorry. Thank you. Can we?
When we refer back to the evaluation, there are different numbers, and the way the metrics are, it's basically the way the percentages are calculated. They're the same domains, but in terms of how they're measured and reported are different. So we'll clarify that when we get to the actual report.
Transitions are often a bit of a challenge, more so for parents than anyone else. But the transition from school to school appears to be working relatively well. People seem to be okay with that. We made some suggestions as to how those transitions might be facilitated. But the schools are across the board looking at that and appear to be doing well as far as providing information from elementary to middle and middle to high, et cetera. The transition from preschool to kindergarten, or from preschool to the early grades of elementary school, appears to be a little bit more of a challenge. And whether that is in part due to the fact that it's a different school, the kindergarten 1, 2, or 2, 3 is a different structure than the preschool. There's a different level of staffing. There are different priorities as far as student learning and development are concerned. And the staffs are not in the same school, so it makes it a little more difficult to have a smooth transition. The expectations of parents, when they move from birth to 3 to the preschool program, that's a difficult move as well, but it's something that's new and it's a different structure. The expectations of staff at the preschool level appear to be different than the expectations of staff at the early grades in the elementary school, and one would expect that because there's a different priority for students at those two settings. One of the areas that we're suggesting that we look at is a way to minimize the anguish of moving from the preschool setting to the early grade setting, and to provide targeted support for students in the early grades where the environment is significantly different and the expectations are significantly different than preschool.
Sorry, I'm able to answer your question now about that date, and I apologize, the captions got cut off. So this corresponds, this first one is figure 3 in the report, and this refers to of those preschool children who entered the preschool program below age expectations in each outcome, their percent who substantially increased their rate of growth by the time they turned 6. So that's that one. This next one, which corresponds to figure 4, is the percent of preschool children who were functioning within age expectations in each outcome by the time they turned 6 years of age or exited the program.
When parents gave you feedback on the transition from preschool to kindergarten, did any of them mention our open enrollment process? Because I've been contacted by a lot of those parents over the years. Not all of our schools have developmental preschools, so when their child goes to kinder, a lot of times they'll want to open enroll at the same school they're already at, and their open enrollment will be denied. So I didn't know if that played into that.
Yes, well, so the parents who we surveyed or interviewed, we did not hear concerns with open enrollment, but we did hear at times again, it's binary. It's either people were thrilled with the transition or they weren't at all. There was very little middle ground. And what we heard from the parents who were not terribly happy was, again, that things had changed, that the program, when they were leaving preschool, was changing appreciably, that it took a while for them to feel that it was meeting their child's needs. But we did not hear about open enrollment specifically.
I'm just going to follow up on that to maybe clarify, because we do have the developmental preschools on certain campuses. So certain of those children are not going to be transitioning to kindergarten there. So was that identified as maybe why the transition wasn't as smooth?
Basically, the concern is the different structure, the different level of expectation from kindergarten through 3.
So it's just what's expected in kindergarten that was the transition
Yeah.
problem with the parents?
Yeah.
Not the geographical location?
Not that I've,
Well, then that sounds like something that's a little bit easier to fix, right?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
It's a very good question because one of our areas of opportunity, and you'll see, and perhaps in the, if you reference the report in the presentation tonight, there's some ideas we have to smooth that transition because
Sure.
again, preschool, irrespective of the district, is a huge change for any parent.
It was.
Yeah, yeah. So yes, we will certainly be talking about that.
looking over time at student performance relative to the cohort school districts. Deer Valley is the furthest to the right, and I know you can't see the to the left, the other right. You can't see the chart behind you, but it's you can see the comparatives there. From 14, 15, 15, 16, 16, 17, and 17, 18.
Yeah, and again, we apologize because what you see in the report is what the figures are labeled, and here they're not labeled at all. So we'll just, this is talking about, corresponds to figure 5A in the report. It's the percent of students with disabilities achieving at least proficiency on the AZ Merit ELA.
Scott, were you talking to me today about we were double checking some of this because it didn't make sense or something? You were telling me that?
Yes. So the first two charts you see are ELA and math proficiency rates. The second two charts are ELA and math proficiency rate gaps between students with disabilities and general ed population. So when you're looking at all four of those, and I mean, these are not exactly what might be in some other numbers. These are, I did pull open the state file again, and these do match the state file. The state file that they publish with all district schools for every district in the state, as well as the county, at a county level and a state level, does not pull out non-full academic year kids. So these are all kids. And many reports will just use full academic year kids, and they'll be a little bit higher.
So as Dr. Smith said, this is achievement gap for ELA, and the next is achievement gap for math across the years in comparison to the cohort districts. So one of the things that we want to look at is when we talk about the continuum of services, part of that continuum is students are not having their needs met within the district, might need out-of-district placements, and we're not including Vista Peak, because Vista Peak is essentially the level D in-district program. So these are students that require something more restrictive because they're outside the district. So when we looked at the demographics of the students in out-of-district placements, there are 68 students with disabilities in non-district schools. Again, these are level D schools that are not Vista Peak. This equates to 1.6% of the entire students with disabilities population. So what's nice is we've got national database to compare, and that 1.6% compares to a range of 2% to 10%. So Dr. Vita and I, we live in New England, Massachusetts, Connecticut, there's a lot of students in out-of-district placements. There tends to be, that's the high range. And other school districts that we've done work in, more the southern districts like Texas and North Carolina that are county-based, there's more programs to support students with high needs. That tends to be on the 2%, so there's less kids being, students with disabilities being sent to out-of-district placements. So that 1.6% is phenomenally small. By comparison, it means that the district is doing a very good job trying to keep kids within the district, inclusive of Vista Peak. And that's a real celebration, again, because students, that's really adhering to the idea of least restrictive environment, because the district is doing everything in its power to keep kids within the district. We had some partial data from the reporting districts, the cohort districts. It wasn't a full set, but based on what we received from those 3 cohort districts, they're ranged from 1.8 to 3%. So of the cohorts, Deer Valley is sending the fewest amount of students to out-of-district placements. Yes, Ms. Tweedy?
So 2 questions. Of the cohort districts, did they also have a school like Vista Peak, or did they send everybody out?
I'm not certain. That's not a question we asked. We just
Okay.
wanted to ask, we just asked how many of the students are in level D non-district schools. So I'm not certain what their continuum looks like, those districts.
And then I guess my other question, did we figure out the dollar amount it costs to educate one student in Vista Peak? When you take all the operating expenses and divide it by the number of students? Because I know that was one thing I'd asked for.
Isn't that the second half of your statement right here?
No, that's out of district.
Yeah, that refers to students in out-of-district placements. That is something we could calculate and provide.
I'd like that number. Thank you.
Would it be safe to say, just using your past history of doing these types of studies, that out-of-district would be more expensive than in-district, correct?
That's certainly our
That
experience.
would be logical, wouldn't it?
Even aside from the transportation costs, out-of-district placements tend to be very labor-intensive. So all things being equal, it's our experience, and again, until we can quantify that, it's our experience that out-of-district placements by far are more expensive.
You could also use the same logic that students that are placed out just need more services there that Vista Peak couldn't provide. Therefore, the expense would rise as well, correct?
That makes intuitive sense to us, yes.
I just would like to know what the operating expenses are divided by the number of students and what's included in that calculation, how you calculate it.
Are you referring to the data here?
No, for Vista Peak, when
Okay.
you do, what operating expense, the expense of all the personnel, expense of,
So-
everything divided by the number, the same things that were included in this to get I just want to know the difference in cost.
Very good. We will provide that.
Okay. So as we discussed earlier, staff in most of the schools indicated that issues such as attentional problems, hyperactivity, et cetera, behavioral concerns, mental health issues are challenges to the school. The BAT team, as we indicated also earlier, is available. They're stretched thin. One of the concerns about this, though, on the part of multiple staff members was that even with the BAT team, when the BAT team comes in and makes suggestions and offers support, whether it's because of the capacity of the staff at a school to implement the recommendations of the BAT team or not, that's a challenge as well. So that's an area to look at as far as developing capacity at each school to address behavioral needs in that school. Even with the support of something like the BAT team, if the staff isn't equipped or doesn't take those suggestions and implement them with fidelity, the results are not good.
So you're saying that you, what was given back to you in information, was that when the BAT team actually does make the assessment, saying that these are steps A through Q that need to be done, either the staff isn't equipped to do that, we don't have anyone available to help do that, and perhaps all those things that the BAT team tells them to do or suggests for them to do might not be even able to be fulfilled on that campus.
Right, for a
Okay.
variety of reasons.
Okay, thank you.
That being said, we had indicated earlier that the Student Services, Student Support Services Department has entered into an arrangement with Southwest Behavioral Health Services to provide school-based counseling services, and that has been well received and encouraged to look at that and expand those services as much as possible. But it's having those services available in the school at little to no cost, correct, Dr. McCusker, to the school district has been very helpful. Another issue that came up was the students returning to their home school after placement at Vista Peak. And ideally, a placement at Vista Peak would be a relatively short-term placement, implementing those interventions that would enable a student to overcome some of their behavioral, social, emotional issues and be able to readjust to their home school environment. It appears that maybe the reputation or they've developed prior to going to Vista Peak doesn't go away as fast as some of the issues that the students actually have to return to that homeschool setting. Vista Peak does provide some transition support services, and that's another area to take a look at so that students don't stay at Vista Peak longer than they really have to, but can return to their homeschool environment. That being said, students can become very comfortable in an alternative school environment and really thrive there. So in some cases, the student doesn't really want to go back to the home school, and they wish to remain in an environment where there's more support and it's less influence from peers, etc. So just something to be aware of. And again, that looks to the staffing at Vista Peak, the limited capacity of that program. We've heard from principals and others that it's sometimes there's a perception that it's too difficult to get a student into Vista Peak. And what is the eligibility criteria to have students attend there. But again, that is limited by program capacity and staffing. So district expenditures for special education, 12.6%. This is in the ballpark, compares to the cohort school districts of 11.7%. It is, as you can see, the third highest among the cohort school districts, and consistent with spending per student.
Yes, ma'am.
Does this figure include the special education OCR complaints? So when there's legal fees associated with special education lawsuits?
Okay, when there's a due process, yes, that would include that. Part of your special education legal fees budget.
Dr. McCusker, did you want to say
Yeah,
something?
anytime there's a special ed issue, special ed budget has to pay for it probably, or if our Valley Schools gets involved with it, depending on the severity or the length or the depth, they could also get involved as well. So it may not, but probably most. Comparable.
I think we will talk a little bit more about some of those issues as we move on in the presentation.
So using this metric, like we did with the certified and paraprofessionals, we wanted to understand how does the student support services compare with the cohort school districts in terms of staffing. In other words, how many people are in central office to support students now? Because 504 is within the purview of student support services, that factored into the numerator. So we took students with disabilities and 504s, then we divided that by the 12.1 staff members within student support services to get this, this ratio. And as you can see, DVUSD is on the far right, and that, 515 represents the least staffed of all the cohorts districts. So they have the least amount of staff to meet the needs of students within the purview of all the things that they do. So, yes.
So I'm just curious, and I want to make sure I'm reading this correctly. So we have the lowest staff at our central office with the highest ratio of students to central office personnel. But on the previous slide, our operating budget is higher than the average of the cohort districts and the third highest among that. So I guess the first question that comes to my mind is, what are we spending our money on? Obviously, it's not staffing at the central office.
Correct. This would be a small portion, the 12.1 FTEs, I believe, that are in student support services. That would be a fraction compared to the overall operating, because it's, you know, teachers and paraprofessionals, related services and contractors and all that. So that, yeah, well, it.
Didn't you had an earlier
Mr.
slide
Tweedy,
that said we were the lowest or the highest ratio of staff to students. So that would make sense then. That was earlier.
Distinguishing the instructional staff from the central office staff. But this number of the overall operating budget, that's where it all kind of comes out. That might be higher in some areas, like, you know, throwing this out there, let's say physical therapy might be a little higher, it might be a little lower, but this is where I think this, this graph is instructive, because this is sort of, in the final analysis, this is what the district is.
Okay, I just had a question on that too. So who did you include now in the central office when you divided that again? Can you go back with what you
Sure.
divided?
I've got, it was 12.1 FTEs.
Okay, and who was included in that?
Director, a manager, transition coordinator, a 0.5 compliance coordinator, 1.6 BCBA.
Wait, I guess you're getting more specific. So did you only include people who work in the SPED department in that? In the 12.1, are those
Mrs. Tweedy, respectful to the 12.1, it was student support services personnel who work at the district office. So when you look at one of the portions, the BAT team, they are an itinerant support, but they live out of district office. So they were represented in those numbers. We have a 0.5 transition coordinator who lives at district office, the one manager in student support services who lives at district office. So it was respective to numbers that actually live or are resourced out as an itinerant service.
and then does your department handle 504s as well, or just IEPs?
We do handle 504s.
504s as well, okay.
And Ms. Tweedy, the answer to your question about the personnel, it's in the report. Anne's looking to see what page it is, but it's all in there. It's specific. So
All right, I know it
think
was
you'll get to it.
144 pages. I had 2 days in graduations. I was just clarifying.
Well,
No,
we
I
might-
know that, and
we
as
might
we
be
all,
able to find
Okay.
I'm just saying that we're trying to find it, but I know that I saw it in there
Okay.
because we all have been busy trying to get through the 144 pages, so you might want to wait a little while till we get to the information. Go ahead, please.
So we talked a little bit about the sensitivity to workload and not just caseload. So one of the mitigating factors is to look at, it's like, wow, the district really is very leanly staffed compared to other school districts. And then if you dig into it a little more, there are several factors adding to an already demanding workload. So the number of vouchers has increased dramatically in recent years. The coordinators of the specialist groups, like psychology, speech, and language, they have duties other than coordination. A lot of them have caseloads. So unlike some of these other districts that reported that might say have a head of a motor group that's OT and PT, they're dedicated specifically to supervisory. They don't have caseloads in a lot of cases. But in the district's case, these coordinators of the specialists, they have caseloads in addition to. So that makes that 515 even less generously staffed because, again, they're not, some of the coordinators are not dedicated just to coordination duties. They've got full caseloads. So we just want to, as part of the analysis, we really looked at the workloads, not just the numbers.
So looking at the workload of central office personnel, the challenge that comes about as a result of the level of staffing is that there is limited opportunity for district administrators to observe teachers, to observe specialists, to consult, to provide direction, to basically serve as a resource to the staff in school. As we spoke about earlier, the alignment of programs, supervision of programs, et cetera, is currently kind of left to either the principals or the SESs. Now, the special education specialists are not administrators. They are individuals who are identified at each school and receive a stipend to basically serve as the liaisons. And Dr. McCusker, if I don't have that right, but
Dr. Vita, the special education strategists do not receive an additional stipend for the role. So, no, they do not.
the coordinators do? Is that?
The coordinators do,
Okay,
Dr.
all
Vita,
right.
correct.
So these people are teachers. They may or may not be the most experienced teachers. They are coming from each school. Some of them have a single school, some have multiple schools. Those with a single school are more aligned to the school, and probably even those with multiple schools. More, Dr. McCusker?
Governing board, the special ed strategist role for our elementary campuses, they share campuses. So they're on 2 campuses, and then our high school strategists are 1.0 on each high school. So the multiple campuses are 2. We have no more than 2 campuses for one strategist.
And then just to clarify, who exactly has this role?
Special education teachers, they go obviously through an interview process, and we do our very best in Deer Valley to retain and attract the most expert level teachers to be able to provide not only support at the campus level, but also a coaching aspect so they can work with our new and our returning teachers so we can retain them. That is the ultimate goal.
And so that's their only job?
No.
What do they do by day?
There are a multitude of things that the special education strategists do, inclusive but not exhaustive. List would be attending IEP meetings, facilitating coaching within the instructional model of the school day, assisting with scheduling to assure that all of our special education students have the minutes that are identified on their IEPs. Of course, working with our campuses, our leaders, the liaison role of the strategist to work with the principal is very, very important. Working with our parents, ensuring that bridging, I was happy to see that the bridging was found as a very positive. The strategists are key and instrumental to that. And of course, working with all of our itinerant staff, our related services personnel, they are the liaisons for that to ensure that we're all cohesive. And that's not exhaustive.
And they do that for 2 schools?
Yes, President Ordway for 2.
In the
For
5-day week?
elementary. Pardon me?
In a 5-day week?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Just checking.
So currently, the Director of Student Support Services is not a cabinet level member. It is the author's opinion, or our opinion, that this doesn't serve the district well, since the Student Services Department is such a large department serving so many students in the district. And since the relationship between general and special education is essential from the district level to the school level, we'd suggest taking a look at that and potentially making that a cabinet level position. The director of the developmental preschool does not report to the director of student services, and we would suggest that since that is an integral part of the special education program, that program be under the auspices of the director of student services.
Dr. Finch, I have a quick question just for the parents that might be watching. Could you just briefly explain the organization chart of where the director of special education falls and then the special education preschool, please?
That's probably a Dr. Galligan question the best, because she is under Dr. Galligan.
President Ordway, Mrs. Reed. Currently, the Director of Student Support Services falls within curriculum instruction and assessment, so she is a direct report to me. And then the manager of developmental preschool is also a direct report to me, as all early childhood falls under curriculum instruction and assessment. That's how it's currently formed.
Thank you.
So one of the issues that we looked into was the capacity of the schools to address the needs of students as far as facilities are concerned. Having all programs in all schools without any kind of regionalized approach may not be be providing that continuum in the way that would be most effective system-wide. So we'd suggest that looking at options within different schools, or maybe along feeder patterns, or something in that type of structure, might provide some additional program options across the district.
When you came to that conclusion or that idea for us, did you also enter in the continuum to that? So the alignment with continuum would also work if we chose to look at regionalization for services?
Right, right. So the continuum would be a district-wide continuum versus having the full continuum at every school. And the reason for that is that it's again flexible, but looking at the student needs, these are relatively low incidence, high need populations, and it would be not cost effective to replicate services in every school to serve the number of students.
So you're thinking that this would give us an opportunity to utilize funding to make better programs for the students?
Right.
Okay,
so to allocate a significant amount of resources to these programs so that the continuum is full and the programs are the best they can be without replicating them at every school.
Okay, thank you.
So as we look at the possibility of different kinds of service delivery models, one of the ones that we'd like to have you look at is the co-teaching model. to ensure that it remains viable within the district. In order to implement co-teaching effectively across the district, there would need to be several ingredients put together. One is looking at the teachers who would be co-teaching, both gen and special ed, as well as the administrators at the school and potentially at the central office, training in how to implement co-teaching with fidelity. So that's number one. The schedule at the school would need to be adjusted to lend itself to co-teaching. If the students and the teachers are not where they need to be at the same time, co-teaching doesn't work. It's ineffective and inefficient. Looking at the organization of grade levels and how the co-teaching would be implemented at each school is something that the principals would need to probably have some support with to make sure that there is sufficient preparation time, collaboration time, and looking at the distribution of students who would be appropriately taught in a co-taught setting would be different at each school. So there'll be some adjustments to the model from school to school, but overall, a good number of the students who have disabilities would be appropriately supported and educated in the general classroom environment. We've seen this work very effectively in many school districts around the country, but it does require a lot of training and a lot of nurturing. Yes, ma'am.
So what you're saying is that in order for co-teaching to be successful in the district, it needs to be consistent across the district and not just here or there at particular schools. Because I know, oh gosh, it was probably back in 2009, I did a co-teaching training here in Deer Valley, and yet I never was a co-teacher in a class because it was just never implemented at the school where I taught. I had all of the training, but I didn't have the opportunity.
Right.
So in order for all students to be receiving similar services, it couldn't be this spot here, spot there. It needs to be consistent and embraced throughout all the schools.
Ideally, yes. And in a district of this size, it would probably be a phase-in process over multiple years to change the whole structure of the district as far as service delivery model for special education in a year would be very difficult and probably not sustain.
So then my next question is for Dr. Finch. Given that we now have early release every Friday, or we'll have that coming up next year with the PLCs, are there opportunities within those PLCs for campuses to work on things like co-teaching and the type of things that we've discussed?
Dr. Galligan and I had this conversation today. You want to answer that?
President Ordway, Ms. Frank, the true PLC 90 minutes are focused on those 4 questions. What do students need to know? What if they don't get it? How will we know what we're going to give them? So that would not be an appropriate time for co-teaching training. There are some days, 6 specifically through the year, for PD, that 90-minute PD. Those have not been specified for campuses what to do. In fact, we've told our campuses that is their 90 minutes of PD, that they identify what they need, either for teacher collaboration or something else. So to provide specific training on co-teaching, we would have to build that in a different manner.
Thank you, Dr. Galligan.
So moving on to articulation. Looking at the service delivery models for special education instruction, to ensure that the continuum of service is available from K through 12 and beyond is something that's important system-wide, just to have that consistency. So if it's going to be co-teaching, or if it's going, whatever it's going to be, regionalization or programs focused on mental health and adjustment issues, that should be across the board. One of the concerns that was expressed by staff was the state of computers for special education staff members. Some of them are outdated. It would be nice if those machines and software could be updated to allow them to have machines that are commensurate with those outside of special education. Test protocols, while there are enough testing protocols around the district to meet the needs of evaluating students in a timely manner, the challenge is that there's some replication. So testing materials are purchased through student services for psychologists, for speech language, et cetera, et cetera. They're also purchased at the school level and kind of scattered around the district. The staff make that work, but it would be nice if they were in one place where, and there's a inventory of what those materials are, and rather than replicating, let's say, materials that are not used that frequently, they would be available as needed and could be updated as needed. So the staff would have access to the most current testing materials without buying them. And in some locations, there's materials that are rarely used and become outdated, but they could have been used more consistently if they were available to everyone.
Dr. McCusker, did you want to?
Operating. There it goes. Thank you, President Ordway and Governing Board. One thing I did want to provide for clarification, we do try to streamline our processes and access to the most updated protocols, as well as evaluations and assessments for all of our staff, inclusive of speech, OT, motor, speech, and whoever I forgot, I'm sorry. But certainly we utilize an online system. So we have an online assessment. It's a repository of a multitude of assessments, and we pay for that out of our student support services budget to assure that our psychologists, for example, have access to the most updated protocols as well as evaluations. Not every single evaluation under the sun can certainly be provided in that venue, but it is certainly a very fiscally responsible as well as up-to-date system that can be provided. And so we've had a lot of positive feedback about that over the years.
And has that been a recent?
Pardon me?
Has that been a recent event?
No, President Ordway, that system has been in place since I have been here for the last 4 years, and we have increased our participation in this investment to ensure that we have access, for example, to more speech evaluations as well as others.
So then perhaps communication for everyone to understand that it exists would be a good idea?
Of course, thank you.
And that's not to say that student services, that department hasn't done a good job. They've done an excellent job in making these materials available. Looking around the district at other sources of materials outside of student services may not be as efficient as it could be. Okay, as far as professional development opportunities are concerned, for special ed and related services, it's recommended that professional development for general and special education staff and related services be provided around the IEP process. Again, that's something that has been provided, direction has been provided by student services, but to ensure that there is consistency and continuity in the development of IEPs as far as it being a prescription based on student need is something that could be looked at. Michael, did you want to add?
I just think that lends itself, Dom, to when we talk about the next section, related services.
In that, I know somewhere in the report it talks about, I think it does, or maybe I wished it did, talking about including parents, but having meetings to train and to understand IEPs with gen ed teachers, special ed teachers, and parents. So all three ingredients are in the room at the same time listening to the same thing.
Yes, you did see that in the report.
I thought I did.
Yes, and we talk about parent advisory groups, both at the central and the local level. So parents have that connectivity, and we know that parents have the most connectivity to their neighborhood schools. That the idea of the special ed outreach would be at both the local and the central levels.
Mrs. O'Brien?
What are we doing or to ensure that our new teachers that come on are provided the proper training, professional development so that they can handle the special ed or provide the proper education to their special ed students?
Thank you, Mrs. O'Brien. Specific to our new special ed teachers to Deer Valley Unified School District, we do have a comprehensive professional development plan for that, and we refer to it as Thoughtful Thursday. We like alliteration. And so Thoughtful Thursday happens on a monthly basis, and that is facilitated by Student Support Services. We provide different topics from an array of the basics of how to write a comprehensive IEP with measurable goals to how to work with IEP teams during a difficult meeting. So there's a variety of topics. Student Support Services also pays for the substitute for the full day so that the staff can leave their campus and feel comfortable that they're not leaving students behind. And so we work cooperatively with our campuses and principals to ensure that it's a okay day for them to come for the training, and then we do our very best if they're unable to provide follow-up with them.
And is that training for our gen ed teachers or our special ed teachers?
Mrs. O'Brien, it's specifically for our special education teachers that are either veterans or new to Deer Valley.
Okay, so my question is actually for our new gen ed teachers what kind of supports and PD and do we provide to them as when we onboard them to be able to handle and educate our special ed kids?
Mrs. O'Brien, I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question. So in reference to general education, we do have a window of time during pre-service where we are able to provide a very general overview of special education. And certainly, I believe that is limited in scope. And I believe with the results of this analysis, we will be able to figure out a way to certainly be with general education teachers more often through our PD days and, of course, through collaboration with the site principals.
Are the PDs that you do now for the special education new teachers, are the modules available on the portal or anything for people to look at and refresh themselves?
Mrs. O'Brien, thank you so much for your question.
I'd be Mrs. Ordway, but no worries.
Oh my goodness.
Dr. Galligan,
President
don't
Ordway,
worry about it.
Whatever, superstar, pardon me. So in respect to that, we don't have them in modules, but we do. I love Google, and everyone who knows me knows how much I love Google. So we have a team drive for student support services that is a repository for our professional developments. And so we have been warehousing that so we can roll that out. We are also looking at other opportunities within student support services within our budgetary abilities to provide some additional training, and that is something that I am very focused on for the upcoming school year.
One more question. So other than that which is confidential, are gen ed teachers able to avail themselves of anything on the on your Google Docs that are available to special education teachers?
Yes, absolutely. So anything that would be proprietary to student support services is also available to anybody that works in Deer Valley Unified School District.
And do they
yes.
know that?
Pardon me?
Do you think they know that?
They may not know that, so that could
Do
be
now
a-
because they're all watching.
Yes, gen ed teachers, we love you. So certainly through communication, we could encourage that as well. Our professional development that we are working on getting will be online, so we would be able to dispense that as well to other people, including general ed.
So kind of a follow-up question, and bridging back to the specific behaviors that are elevated and the children are brought out of the classroom and to the front office. Is there training available, or has there been training available to our front office staff in order to deal with the specific behaviors that they have to deal with, and besides running the school?
So President Ordway and Mrs. Reed, thank you for your question. Respectful to our clerical staff and secretarial staff for campuses, I do know that BAT, the Small But Mighty BAT team, actually has worked with a number of our campuses, inclusive of front office staff, to assure that everyone that's working with students is speaking the same language. We also offer CPI training throughout the district that is also overseen by Student Support Services, and anyone within the district is able to attend those CPI training sessions. One of the most important focal points of CPI is verbal de-escalation, how to work with a student when they're verbally heightened. And so that is an available resource for our secretarial and clerical staff as well. We do our very best to roll that out, and certainly BAT holds the expertise in that area, but we also have on campuses our school psychologists as well as our special education strategists who can assist with that at their campus level.
Well, since we're asking about PD, the one group I haven't heard mentioned are the paraprofessionals. So you could elaborate on their training as well.
Sure. Thank you, Mrs. Frank. As far as paraprofessionals, they also sit under Student Support Services. And so we are doing a much more comprehensive review of their needs. And next year, part of the digital online module that we will be rolling out, the primary focal point for that is for paraprofessionals. So they can feel a part of the process and certainly have a better understanding of their very important role.
Thank you. And Mrs. Ordway, perhaps you should consider that verbal de-escalation training for our summer board retreat.
Oh, certainly, as long as we're all going to attend with fidelity. And at this moment in time, I'm going to see if we might think of, I was going to see if we wanted to take a 5-minute, but we'll do your question.
When you put that online for the paras, will they be paid for their time to train? How will that work, or will that just be stuff they can do outside their workday?
Mrs. Tweedy, that's an excellent question. And so because paraprofessionals are such an important part of the district, they will also be a part of our PLC framework, and so assuring that they also have access to professional development that's relevant to them during our 90-minute release, our period of time for instruction for PLC work, they will be a part of that. So they'll be able to access it during that time.
Do we want to take a 5-minute break? So I'll make a motion to make
Make it 10, 8 o'clock.
a 5-minute break, or I'll make it 10 minutes till 8
Yeah, make
o'clock.
it to 8 o'clock.
Second.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Let's take votes. How many people will be here at 8?
Just show of hands now.
All right, I know you guys are having so much fun. We are going to resume the meeting at 8 o'clock.
Okay, so to continue on with areas of opportunity, as we alluded to earlier, suggesting that the district consider developing additional level 3 service delivery options. This may require some regionalization. There are options there to look at the structure of that regionalization. But looking at the cohort groups, groups of students with disabilities who have similar needs that are challenging in the schools and may not be replicated with consistency across the district, particularly with behavior challenges, but again, looking at other options too. So behavior challenges might be an area to think about for programs, regional programs in the district. Looking at ways to address the transition from preschool, one suggestion is to familiarize preschool teachers and parents with the structure and expectations of kindergarten. Possibly this could include visits, it could include also having the teachers from the pre-K become more familiarized with what the expectations are and the structure of the early grades at the elementary level, and vice versa. Also a conversation about expectations, because there's always that disconnect between the philosophy of the pre-kindergarten and the philosophy of the early grades at the elementary level. And if those staff members were to discuss how the transition could be smoother and how could pre-K prepare students and parents for that transition, and also an understanding on the part of early grade teachers at the elementary school as to what the philosophy is at the pre-K level, that might help address some of these concerns. Even the recommendations, and I know there is good communication between the receiving schools and the pre-K program as far as services that are recommended and times, et cetera. A better understanding of how these services are provided could help both sides. So and then the third point there is looking at the transition process. Consultative support would be helpful, even if to get to know the students at the pre-K before they arrive at the kindergarten. We've talked about instructional mapping, and basically that boils down to how staff is assigned to meet the needs of students and across the district. So we talked a little bit about a workload model versus a more numeric allocation of staffing based on student population and school population, and continue to conduct a yearly look back over of the minutes allocated and the intensity of needs for students and the environments, and looking at student performance to be sure that the staffing levels are correct. Yes, ma'am.
Did you provide the district with examples of workload models, what ratios would look like, and so they could do a cost comparison with that?
Sure. We provide a general framework with program descriptions. I believe you'll see that in Appendix C. But we do have staffing formulas that might be helpful that we can provide as well.
Yes, could you do that? And then we could look at maybe the cost of that. Thanks.
So looking at the building capacity on the part of service providers, whether it be teachers, related services providers, paraprofessionals, to use research-based interventions such as the TEACH program out of North Carolina, looking at vertical alignment, looking at the use of terminology so that as students move through the grade levels, the approaches are similar, parents are familiar with the language, and that carries through from grade to grade, so there's that minimizes the impact of moving from one grade to the next and from one school to the next.
Dr. McCusker, how far along on that process are we?
In respect to President Ordway, in respect to research-based interventions, that is always the approach that we utilize in student support services. For example, Dr. Vita referred to the TEACH model. The TEACH model is a research-based and well-informed practice to support students on varying levels of the spectrum of autism, and it comes from very much a work model where you set up systems of supports environmentally within classrooms, and that is evidenced in many of our learning centers when our BAT team goes out and provides support in setting up the structure of some of our learning centers. The TEACH model, one of the many aspects that they utilize, is incorporated into the classroom structure and the support for students on the spectrum, as well as others. But we certainly rely also on our special education strategists and their area of expertise. Not all strategists have the same area of expertise. For example, some of our strategists have autism as an area of expertise, where some may have ED as an area of expertise. So we call upon those different levels of expertise to support campuses.
So within that, are we teaching or modeling our teachers and the service providers and the paraprofessionals to use the same terminology so we all know what we're talking about, no matter where we are?
President Ordway, certainly that is our expectation, and we do try to replicate that across all of our 38 campuses with the support of also administrators at the school site level, and certainly general education. Our special ed strategists as well as our itinerant staff are working cohesively with our general ed partners at all times. So using the same language is something that we attempt to do, and I think we do quite well. But it sounds like we have some areas of improvement to focus upon.
So it wouldn't be starting from scratch, it'd just be getting better at it.
President Ordway, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
So a few of these we've addressed earlier, looking at the Director of Student Services position, looking at enhancing the Student Services department with additional administrative support. How that works is an internal decision, naturally. But looking at the areas of responsibility within that area, that department, it's evident that they could use more guidance and resource support for the schools. Looking at the preschool again, the connectivity between preschool, special education, and preschool and elementary level is something that should be looked at. one of the areas of opportunity that we think should be looked at also is the organization or the structure of the special education specialist, and possibly have those people have a more direct link to the student services department versus the principal. Maybe that's where their supervision should come from. Maybe it should be joint. But that is the primary link between student services and the school-based staff. Each of those individuals interprets the message in their own way, all well-intentioned, but when it's when that message gets conveyed to people at the school, at each individual school, it may not be exactly the same. So looking at that as far as continuity and consistency is concerned, and also as far as ensuring that the expectations of the Student Services Department are actually being clearly conveyed at every school is an area to look at. If regional services or regional programs are considered, how the SESs deal with those regional programs, and if their individual expertise is more valuable in specific programs than generically, that's something that should be looked at as well.
We talked about the capacities that need to be in place for successful programming for students, in this case regionalization. So we talked about students at any given school right now might have their needs in terms of physical plant capacity met, because there might be only one student that might have ADL needs or sensory needs. But if regionalization takes place, let's say down the road there's a program to support students with emotional needs or students on the autism spectrum, and let's say it's 6 to 8 students, and those students have sensory needs, then there needs to be the physical plant capacity to meet those needs. Let's say a sensory room, or something that occupational therapy might be involved in to make sure those students have their needs met. Or medical fragility. There might be some students that have toileting needs that might be able to have their needs met now at any individual school. They go down to the nurse, they've got their ADL needs met. But now if we have many students with those needs, from a physical plant capacity, we just need to make sure that those, again, from a physical plant perspective, that those needs can be met. So again, it's just one more consideration.
So driving question number 4 addresses the transition of students from school to work. It's the vocational training and opportunities, a general understanding of this process. All students in special education have the issue of transition and career planning and work preparation, post-secondary preparation addressed. As they are in the upper grades. The transition program, that'll be the next. The school to work transition program is working well. All the students, 20 students interviewed, stated they were provided with opportunities for career and technical education. The graduation rate for students with disabilities at 86% is the highest of all the cohort districts, a very commendable number. With respect to post-secondary outcomes, those are the long-term or the longer-term success rates for students. That's an area where Deer Valley tends to be a little bit lower. Again, they're at 78. The highest is 90. So an area that might be looked at to see where students are having difficulties when they leave school. But initially, the graduation rate is commendable, and students are successful in school. Yes.
Well, and then I was trying to make sense of the data, so I want to make sure. So when we were back at the previous, we were below our cohorts on proficiency on AZ Merit reading and math, unless I misunderstood that. And then we have a higher graduation rate, but we have lower results of students. Wouldn't you expect, if we had a higher graduation rate, for us to be higher in those? I don't understand how we would be. So what did you make of that data?
That would be speculation. We don't have that information, and Michael might have some additional information there. But the success that students are experiencing in high school and leading up to graduation seems to reflect that the programs they're in are providing them with the kind of experiences they need. Why the long-term results are not as good as the graduation rates, we don't know. And there's all kinds of possibilities. If Dr. McCusker or Dr.
I was just thinking, I thought about that as well. With special needs students, it's all based on their IEP. And so that's a coordination between the parent and the team and the principal and the student, et cetera. And so that was the first thought that came to my mind. The second one, what was the next one? I forgot already. Got all excited. Hearing all these beeps got me excited. The IP is just the center of the learning. So as far as if the student, oh, here it is, the proficiency on a AZ Merit or any exam does not directly correlate to graduation, i.e. you don't have to pass X, Y, or Z to become graduated, nor do you have to get an A in all of your classes in a gen ed to pass. So there are certain requirements for gen ed, and there are certain requirements for special ed. The difference is the IEP runs the path for special needs students. So I guess I would say that the performance on AZ Merit indicates the student growth. Maybe it might be a better indicator. That's just my thoughts. I don't know, Dr. McCluster, you had any other thoughts on that, or does that make sense?
Go ahead, Ms. McCusker, because she's going to finish answering Darcy's question, right? Well, I'd like Ms. Tweedy's question answered, and then Ms. Frank can ask the beginning of her question.
So thank you, President Ordway and Governing Board. In respect to the difference between graduation and the ability for achievement or meeting those on standardized assessments, they are not correlative. So when we look at graduation, that's based upon credits. And so certainly looking through that lens, if a student with a disability or a student without a disability is able to garner that credit, then they are on the road to graduation. In respect to post-school outcomes, I'm very proud of our high percentage of graduation for our students with disabilities. That is an amazingly high number in comparison to our cohort districts. Certainly post-school outcomes is something we take very seriously in student support services, so seriously that we actually have a position, it's an addenda position that actually focuses on that role and the importance of assuring that our students with disabilities are able to maintain employment and or become involved in, let's say, community college programming or whatever their transition plans have identified through the IEP. So the post-school outcomes are measured through phone calls to our students who have graduated from Deer Valley, and we check in with them and we see what they are doing as young adults as they focus on whatever area of transition that was identified. We cannot be remiss to neglect the fact that parents are a huge role in this in ensuring that our students are able to achieve their post-school outcomes, but also our partnerships with outside agencies, inclusive of the Department of Developmental Disabilities, inclusive of vocational rehabilitation. These are two very large partners that partner with school districts to assure that our students with disabilities transition to identified transitions through their program. So without their partnership, and sometimes that partnership doesn't work out as we would hope, but Deer Valley does their very best to work with outside agencies to assure a smooth transition after graduation.
Well, just a follow-up. Did you, and I don't know if this is true, but are there programs that our students don't have access to because they do graduate? Because, for example, Stepping Stones?
So, Mrs. Tweedy, when you refer to stepping stones, can you be more specific as to actually what Stepping Stones is providing?
I was just told by a parent that they were told because their child went to Deer Valley and graduated, they couldn't go there because they had a full diploma. And I know that that was at the time when you had a full diploma or certificate of completion. So that because they were Deer Valley graduates, they didn't have access to programs that they might have otherwise because of that.
Mrs. Tweedy, in respect to having a certificate versus having a diploma, it is the guidance from the Arizona Department of Education, who we of course work very closely with, that students with disabilities are not given a certificate of completion, that they're actually able, if they complete their courses and all of their credits on their road to graduation, that they are able to garner the same diploma that a child without a disability would have.
And this could be something you could follow up with, but are there programs they don't have access to if they get a diploma as opposed to a certificate of completion?
Mrs. Tweedy, so in respect to graduation, that is the role of the IEP team to assure that a transition plan is coherent and well-written, and that we have those outside agencies that I referred to earlier to assure that they're not missing a step on their road to independence as a young adult. And so that's what our transition coordinator, as well as our TSW teachers on our high school campuses, work diligently to do, so we don't miss anything.
Okay, if you could just send me if there's programs they can't go to if they have a diploma versus, I mean, in an update. You don't have to do it right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess in looking at the discrepancy between the graduation rate and the post-secondary outcomes for students with disabilities, something that may be a factor that I think would be worthwhile looking into is the consistency of instruction, particularly in our high school SPED classrooms. So for example, I know personally of a student who received math instruction in a SPED classroom, and I'm not going to call out the high school. The teacher had a very creative way of giving students credits. You could fail every exam but get 100% on the homework, which was never looked at or graded, and pass the class with a 60%. So this particular student received a diploma which said, basically diploma says you've mastered these skills and you have this body of knowledge. But the student didn't have those math skills and failed remedial arithmetic at the community college level. So it was a very serious, terrible outcome for this particular student because it resulted in her dropping out of college and going to work in fast food. And I know that personally of other students in that same class that happened to. I wouldn't venture to say that happens in every class at every high school. I don't know that it does, but I think it would be worthwhile looking at what are the expectations? Do we have students who are being passed along, receiving a credit that without the requisite knowledge? Because when you receive a credit, the assumption is you've mastered a certain set of skills and knowledge. That's what makes your diploma valuable, if that makes sense. So I'm just sharing something that I have personal knowledge of and that it might be worthwhile looking at that district-wide in our sped classrooms, because we're not doing our students any services if they graduate, but they don't have the skills they need to be successful.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Oh, wait, I had,
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. O'Brien.
Dr. McCusker, when the students who have graduated from Deer Valley are, you said, called regarding their, what they're doing with their life, do you guys get a good response from those phone calls? I guess what I'm concerned is that are these, I get that this is data, but if, you call 1,000 kids and you only talk to 10, then I would like to know that.
Sure. Mrs. O'Brien, your question is in reference to the percentage, I'm assuming, of who we're able to reach through our post-school outcome responses. And so while I can't quantify that exact number, what I can tell you is that any student with a disability that graduates from Deer Valley, our due diligence is to reach out to them to see how far along they are on their post-school outcome, literally. And so we do our very best with the list that we have to reach out to them. Sometimes the conversations are able to be had, and if we are not able to contact them the first time, we continue to follow up. But I could certainly provide more quantitative numbers to you, so I could speak more specifically to that through an update or however you'd like it. No problem.
Okay, and we'll move along to the next slide. So again, areas of opportunity, continue to establish reverse mainstreaming for all special classrooms. Again, in the LRE field to ensure that students have as much exposure as possible to the general education classrooms and experiences. Integration of special needs students to extracurricular activities. One suggestion might be the establishment of a credit-bearing peer mentorship program, and that would be at the secondary or the high school level. Continue the development of the transition program. The transition program is funded through a grant, and I'm sure Dr. McCusker could provide better information, but students need to be eligible under the state guidelines for those services. And if they're not eligible, they can't enroll in those classes. So one thing to think about is the possibility of allocating some local funding to that program so that students who are not eligible for services through the state, and I forget if that was developmental or vocational, which department?
Dr. Vita, where we take our guidance is from WIOA, so that's the Workforce Initiative Act, where we want to provide all opportunities. So certainly the majority of the funding for our TSW programming does come from a grant. That's correct. The district does contribute some of the monies towards that, but the majority comes from the grant.
So something to think about. Also, looking back to analyze successful graduates and unsuccessful students and begin the creation of a database of variables to look at some of those circumstances that surround what makes a student successful and what hindrances have impacted adversely unsuccessful students. So looking at driving question number 6, are supports within the domain of general education inclusion of 504 plans and early intervening supports, such as MTSS, across the domains of literacy, numeracy, and behavior, meeting the needs of students? So the district has nearly 1,400 students, approximately 3.8% of the entire student population, on 504 accommodation plans. This compares nationally to an average of 2.29% and a state rate of 1.24%. So there are significantly more students in Deer Valley who have 504 plans than would be expected. Why? Don't know. The identification or eligibility for 504 is not as clear as it is for special education. And as you heard earlier, the criteria is a little less understandable as far as consistency of identification is concerned. It's also school-based, so school-based teams are, 504 teams are making the determination as to whether a student is eligible or not eligible for a 504 accommodation plan. Based on, well, let's say that the less than fully developed MTSS process or RTI process in the district or interventions may be a reason for the overutilization of 504 plans. And there's a lot of time spent on the part of school staff to conduct all these 504 meetings. So that detracts from the amount of time they have available for other functions. So looking at that, we recognize that there are significantly more students identified for 504 than one would anticipate. We did look at the state of MTSS, which is the multi-tiered system of supports, general education interventions for students who are struggling. And that varied from school to school. It was noted that the curriculum and instruction area is working diligently on enhancing that process throughout the district, and a lot of progress has been made to standardize the procedures and how each school addresses supports for students, whether they be academic or behavioral. Throughout the district, the guidance and support that the district office has provided to the schools has been described as very helpful and valuable. There is an upward trend in the prevalence rate or the numbers or percentages of students who are identified as eligible for special education in Deer Valley. So just something to keep an eye on when you look at 2015-16 to 2018-19, where Deer Valley stands with relation to other districts. And that's just kind of an interesting piece of information. It's not that Deer Valley has to be the same as any other district, but what tends to happen is that when other interventions are not as effective as they could be, then students are referred for either 504 or special education services. And that bumps up the rate and also takes a lot of staff time to implement. Even more critical of an issue is that if a student doesn't have a bona fide disability, and special education is the only show in town, in order to get the support that student needs, there's a pressure to identify the student as having a disability. And that's an unfortunate situation, because when the student is identified, they're identified, and that kind of shouldn't be the case unless a student really has a disability. If they're looking to special ed just to provide extra help and extra support, that's an inappropriate use of special education.
So as Dr. Vita said, you can see the trend data there with the percentage of students with disabilities in the district. Beyond the numbers, it's interesting to do a little deeper dive into the composition of the students with disabilities. So within any special education population, there's going to be typically, the plurality of students are typically students with learning disabilities, then students with other health impairment, which a lot of times is attentional issues, and then speech and language. So those tend to be the three highest category areas. When we see those areas more represented than others, that validates the perception that MTSS or RTI is a work in progress, because those are students that could possibly have been accommodated in general education. Conversely, students with low incidence high needs, like students on the autism spectrum or with cognitive impairment, intellectual disabilities, those are students, it's pretty clear they need IEPs. There's not a lot of necessarily discussion around the IEP table. It's pretty clear their needs are high needs. So if we look at the composition of Deer Valley, that 83.1 picture, like that USA Today pie chart, that, of 100% of students with disabilities, what part of that 100% are students with speech language, OHI, and SLD? It's 83.1%, which means, again, it validates the perception that although MTSS has come quite a ways, that there's room for growth, that the composition of the students that have been identified is higher in the low needs, high incidence. So perhaps those students could have been accommodated in gen ed, if that makes sense. So again, beyond the trend data, we find this data very compelling in terms of trying to understand the nature of the students who are being identified.
And we talked a little bit about the MTSS process and general education interventions for students in general who are having some difficulties, whether they be academic difficulties or whether they be behavioral or adjustment-based difficulties. So because of the limited availability of mental health and behavioral professionals, the MTS process that is in place at the various schools has limited resources to intervene in and to work with students prior to identification. So many of these issues that we see here are short-term issues. They may or may not be long-term disabilities, and for both 504 and special education, we're looking to long-term disabilities, not a short-term situational issue that could be addressed by some short-term intervention. So that's something, again, to look at. The BAT team provides support and technical assistance to the districts. As mentioned previously, it's difficult for them to be responsive to school needs for both students with disabilities and gen ed students, and it was indicated that that team is available to support both special ed and gen ed, and that's a terrific resource. But again, it needs to be enhanced. looking at the 504 situation, it looks like the 504 process needs to be clarified so that 504 plans are not being developed for students who don't really need 504 plans. And it will require some clarification of the criteria for eligibility within 504 and the kinds of interventions that are appropriate, or the kinds of accommodations that are appropriate for students who are identified.
So again, as we say, it might seem like a minor point, but to have MTSS called that process, because in different schools it might be called different things. I think there's as many letters in the alphabet, Dom, as there is things to call instructional support team, child study team. We've seen it all. And many times in districts it might be called different things in different schools, but in our view, to call it what it is, the process should match the procedure. Just simply calling the data collection process when teachers are reflecting on student performance, to call that actually MTSS. And we talked about the importance of common language. So as students picture a student with an MTSS plan, it would stay the same in terms of the process and the name of the data teams that are following the child from school to school. So just, again, seems like a minor point, but to call it the same thing from school to school. We talked about clearly articulated guidelines to really guide the process at the school level between tiers.
And looking at MTSS, the central office and school-based leadership should be aware that there are individuals out there who view this process as just a roadblock to getting the student into special education. So they've got to jump through the hoops to get to an IEP team to get the student evaluated and into special education, rather than implementing a true intervention within the classroom and with whatever supports are necessary to help this student be successful without having to be identified as having a disability. We're also recommending that new teachers be cognizant of the kinds of interventions and the expectations of them to work with students who are struggling. And this is something that teachers have done and they do all the time. It's not anything different, but when the process is formalized and data is collected and results are measured, it becomes more real rather than a catch-as-catch-can kind of intervention. So again, with MTSS, we talked about the academic versus the behavioral areas that MTSS can address, to look at a variety of student needs. The interventions that are used, whether they be PBIS or whatever the school develops, is something that should be available to teachers. There should be an expectation within the school that this is going to be implemented, and it's going to be implemented well by the staff to truly have an impact on the student's performance.
In terms of the data collection, again, some of the best practices we picked up have just been because we've been around the country and we've asked sort of how districts have gone about their RTI or MTSS process. And this was really what we consider a really nice practice in a district outside New York, about a third of the size of this district, but still they had about 12 schools. And they were trying to figure out a way for everyone to reflect on the RTI, what they call RTI in New York, data. And you can see what they did here. They tracked the amount of students that were referred across 5 years' time. So again, it allowed that metadata. So all the principals were talking, all the data was rolled up as a single data points that reflected the entire district. So what that reflects is in 2011, 2012, 1.1 of the entire school population was referred for special education evaluation, basically beyond Tier 3. And this allowed them to kind of track, spiked in 2014, 2015, 1.5% of the entire school population was referred for special ed evaluation. Doesn't necessarily mean they were classified. And then you can see that was an outlier in 2015-16. There, it went back to 1%. So that's one aspect of metadata that can be very powerful in helping the MTSS process. This next slide is amount of students that were, the percent of students that went to referral that were classified. So think about, from a medical model, false positives and false negatives. Students that went to referral that didn't need evaluation, in effect, they were false positives because they really didn't need special education, but they were thought of as such because people thought, well, MTS isn't working, so we're going to refer them. We think they're disabled. It turns out that you can see the percentages that by 2015, 2016, 3/4 of the students that were referred turned out to have disabilities, whereas 2011, 12, only 45%. So as the years progressed, the RTI teams are becoming much more sensitive to referring appropriate students, because the higher the percentage, it means that those students truly had disabilities. So this, again, those two data points in our view are very powerful ways to roll up the MTSS data across the district. If you think about going back to 2011, 2012 in this district in New York, less than half of the students that went to evaluation qualified. Think about all that instructional time those kids are missing. Those are times those kids will never get back. All the times the psychologists spent, SLPs perhaps, OTs, everyone involved in that evaluation. So this idea of false positives and false negatives as a district-wide reflection point, in our view, is very powerful quantitative data. Then, as we talked about in the introduction, perhaps I know it's been a few hours, maybe hopefully that still looks familiar to you. This idea of RTI as a step down. A lot of times parents have trepidation about kind of losing the IEP because, well, who's going to support my child? They've had IEPs, let's say, for 5 or 6 years, and it comes for the triennial review. Every 3 years we do a triennial review, and it finds out that the student isn't eligible. Well, that could be a celebration, but that also could be a moment of trepidation because parents have become so used to the IEP. At the end of the day, I think parents just want to make sure that their child is supported. So if we think about that MTSS model as a step down, they might not need special education anymore, but perhaps they need Tier 3 intervention in ELA or math. So we use that RTI, we put the pyramid on its point, and we think of it as not a step up, but a way to support kids that still need something, but not under the auspices of special ed. And perhaps maybe over time, that 13.5%, 14%, when students truly don't need that level of disability, if you recall the number of students that have SLD, OHI, and speech that are classified in the district, perhaps this would be another way to accommodate their needs. That's Frank.
I had a question for Dr. McCusker. So when we do have students who are no longer eligible for an IEP, and so then they're moving out of that, how do we track their level of a success once they've been exited from student support services?
Mrs. Frank, in respect to students who no longer require the support of special education, there are some students, specifically, as Dr. Nyman alluded to, that are still receiving Tier 3 supports on a campus. And so the nice thing about special education and the IEP process is we have a roadmap. And so where the student's deficit obviously was remediated, they are no longer in special ed. But we can still look to the very prescriptive evaluations that our school psychologists write to see those areas of deficit. Within the body of the evaluation, we have very prescriptive language about instructional implications. And so those can be provided not only in special ed classrooms, but also in general ed classrooms. So the review of evaluations, along with those tier 3 interventions and working with the school professionals at the site level, I think is a nice way to track that. Rarely, if ever, do we have recidivism, meaning students who no longer are eligible under an IEP then come back to receive services under an IEP. Does it happen? Yes, but highly infrequent. So overall, the success rate would be that the remediation has occurred, the deficit has been remediated, and they have those skills that enable them to have access to curriculum.
But if a student were exited and then were not successful, they would then have the opportunity to return to receiving a higher level of service.
Mrs. Frank, certainly any student that we look through the lens of MTSS, if they are no longer a student who is eligible under IDEA, which would be special ed, certainly school teams could look through the lens of, is there something else going on? There are mitigating factors that we need to consider with the whole child. And so certainly soliciting input from the experts that are on the school site. School psychologists are an amazing resource, as well as our counselors. But certainly assuring that we have crossed all the T's to ensure we're not missing something, an area of suspected disability, which I believe you might be getting to. Certainly we do our due diligence on that, but I think the constant conversations, and now with the districts and the governing board's blessing of our PLCs, and really having time to talk in professional learning communities about what students need specifically, I think we'll be able to really keep a much better tabbed progress on that.
Thank you, Dr. McCusker.
Next driving question is relative to the delivery of related services. Are the current models effective and efficient with respect to staffing, delivery of services, and allocation of resources? So as per the interviews, the related service providers evidence an excellent understanding of the educational versus the clinical mission of services that constitute their practice. So we talked a little bit before about special education law language of related services that are there to support educational outcomes, not medical or clinical outcomes. And the related service providers that we spoke to were very conversant and very articulate about that distinction. For the most part, the district's IEP stakeholders are to be commended for perpetuating a culture of celebration when students are ready for exit or diminution of services. A lot of times, in our experience, things like speech and language at OT and PT, there's some trepidation, like we talked before, when parents are as part of the IP team, discussion is perhaps it's time to exit. It's time to go from 60 minutes of OT to 30 minutes of OT. Those can be moments of trepidation because it can feel like a takeaway, but the IEP teams and the related service providers, in conjunction with the people at the school level, seem to be doing a really fine job with that. As part of the IEP review, so we had 400 IEPs. Within that subset, 244 students received at least one related service, so OT, PT, speech and language, vision, sometimes in conjunction with each other. These are some of the finest IEPs I've read, and that's a real celebration, I'd say. To the related service providers, we know that's a lot of work. The IEP, a well-written, cohesive, quantitative IEP for related services sometimes is the last frontier. The goals were operational, well-written, and linked to targeted behaviors and grade level expectations. Now, the IEP Pro system, which DVUSD uses, as I think the majority of Arizona districts, they have some nice drop-down menus, but it's still up to the providers to make sure that those goals are educationally. Kudos to the related service providers. And I'm an SLP by trade too, so I'm a tough grader sometimes. So A sample of the workflow data suggests that the related service providers are making efficient use of their time. So some light reading for you. We gave you a lot of numbers in the appendices. I think this was Appendix F, that we did a subsample or conducted a subsample of OT, PT, speech and language, looked at their indirect, direct time spent with students, and those numbers look really good. We know that that's a need area. Sometimes that, just because it's a need area, people are working very hard and working very smart. So that was great to see. Just as we did benchmarking for instructional staff and student support services, you can see how DVUSD compares in terms of the ratio of students with disabilities to the different disciplines. So some of the areas of opportunity for related services: the district is encouraged to revisit the refinement of systematic district-wide entry and exit criteria for the speech and language staff. The Arizona Speech and Hearing Association recently came out with refined or modified criteria, so they're really ahead of most states. What can be challenged? So there's the. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm getting late. The Arizona Speech and Hearing Association. It's basically the state chapter of the national chapter of the American Speech and Hearing Association. So they basically drive policies and procedures for speech pathologists and audiologists in the state. Oh, I'm sorry. I went through all that and I misunderstood your question. Oh. Oh, okay. And and this is forever. I can't take that back. So I apologize. Yes. Okay. Number one. So Arizona came out recently with refined guidelines for speech and language. But sometimes what gets a little nebulous is where should speech and language come in for things like literacy, phonemic awareness, story grammar marker. As an SLP myself, that can be very gray. But with the amount of students with autism and with true spoken or oral language disabilities, that might be a way to further refine who should be doing those types of things like academic vocabulary. And with further refinement, I think it will help the IP team determine perhaps that's a special ed teacher, because the SLP will have more than enough on his or her plate to do more oral language. So that's our one refinement to guidelines. So again, just this idea of making sure that workloads are equitable. We know that part of the job description for the coordinators is to make sure that there's equity, but to continue to focus not just on the amount of students seen, but this whole idea of the intensity of services. Given the significant increase in the number of students requiring the visually impaired services, again, because the numbers justify it, and they're easy to come by, but we think an additional teacher of the visually impaired would make sense given, again, that population is growing. And consider the establishment of a full-time nurse coordinator. We talked a little bit about the challenges right now where the coordinators have responsibilities in the nurse coordinator position right now. This person actually is a nurse. And again, given the discussion of the high intensity of needs, perhaps some consideration could be more of a full release responsibility for that coordination.
So driving question number 8, are there alternate models to provide behavioral health services, medically fragile services, et cetera, in a more efficient manner, while also ensuring that the least restrictive environment is the model that's being followed? So there are, as we said earlier, many configurations, many different structural models that the district might consider regarding regionalized programs. We talked about identifying schools at which students with significant needs are challenging the capacity of staff, looking across the district where programs or specialized programs would be more effective for some students than the current model. Identifying schools within the feeder pattern from elementary to middle to high school that have the physical capacity to accommodate students with intensive special needs. Looking at staff as far as which staff members have experience and expertise in these specific areas. Looking at program options, again, to ensure that the vertical and horizontal alignment we spoke about earlier is being implemented and in a consistent manner, so that if there is a program, let's say 4 programs and 4 different feeder patterns, that those programs, if they're all addressing a similar need, all are using the same construct or service delivery model to provide those services. It's also an opportunity for those people to work together as a team to ensure that they're providing the best services that can be provided within the constraints of the resources available. And provide sufficient time to develop these programs. Again, this is not something that can happen in 6 months or a year. It's going to take a little time to identify locations, to identify students, to take a look at need, to come up with a program model that is comfortable for the district and that works as far as the district's priorities are concerned, and then also to provide the necessary training for both certified and non-certified staff. Part of that process in developing the program would be to determine instructional materials, to look at how student placements would be made, whether they would be made from every school individually. Would there be one coordinator overseeing the program? Would this be a central IEP team kind of placement? These are all different models that are used in different districts. Looking at the transportation needs that would be required to bring students to an adjacent district, an adjacent school possibly, rather than their home school. Looking at sufficient support and supervision and guidance to ensure that these programs are of high quality and that students are receiving the services that their IEPs prescribe. Looking at the effectiveness and efficiency of these programs on an ongoing basis and adjust that as necessary. Looking at the school psychologists, if there are specialized programs, school psychologists, just as with any other field, have specific areas of specialization and experience, training, skill. So assigning the school psychologists with specialized skills to be part of these various teams would be beneficial. Developing partners, as we talked about earlier, with community-based health providers is something that is a commendable practice and brings additional resources into the school district at minimal expense or any expense. Looking at private placements to determine if there are specific categories of exceptionality and possibly these specialized programs that expand or enhance district capacity might provide the opportunity to avoid having to send students to these programs because they exceed the capacity of schools within the district. One of the concerns was that for lack of an appropriate alternative, Sometimes the learning centers or other special education settings are used by school administrators as a timeout or a disciplinary placement. And adding these students to a classroom where they're already at capacity with students with disabilities whose IEPs are being implemented is a practice that we would like to see eliminated. And it's understood that, you know, when resources are stretched, and you know, sometimes you have to do what you have to do, but that's something that is not the best practice. Looking at the BAT team, we talked about an additional BAT team to support the behavioral interventions at schools in a consistent way, whether they are at the secondary level and elementary level, because the issues are different. So there are many possibilities there. So here, as we indicated, there's no one-size-fits-all as far as interventions are concerned. It has to be comfortable for the district, looking at the resources and the staffing that's available, looking at other kinds of programs that are currently in place as far as dealing with students with disabilities, as well as other students dealing with behavioral challenges, school-wide behavior management or behavioral support programs. One possibility is to provide training for paraprofessionals, specialized paraprofessionals as registered behavior technicians. And these people would report to or be overseen by behaviorists. That provides an additional level of intervention and someone trained to deal with behaviors under the supervision of a certified person. Looking at professional development, giving the Student Support Services Department oversight over that professional development is essential to ensuring uniformity. Consider the redeployment of some paraprofessionals to support positions. The school psychologists are overwhelmed with paperwork, and this minimizes their availability to actually work with students and to be available to consult with teachers around behavior issues, around mental health issues, and to be able to provide the support that they are so well trained to provide. Encourage sending schools to maintain their relationship with their students who attend Vista Peak. We know that Vista Peak has reached out to try to familiarize school staffs with what goes on there, what their philosophy is, how they work with students. We would encourage all administrators to take advantage of that opportunity. We believe that students with disabilities may be best served within their home schools. If their needs are not being met, then this is not the least restrictive environment, as we talked about earlier. So an adjacent school or a regional program for high-need, low-incidence students might be a way to provide these intensive services without having to replicate them at every school. So we talked about the creation of regional programs and the facility needs. Other options might be to provide some access for at Vista Peak or other locations for students who need to be in a specialized program. And we talked about Vista Peak as far as the capacity of that school to handle students. Again, the ratio of staff per student. I think there are people out there who don't understand what happens at Vista Peak and the intensity of services provided there. So when people are, or there's a perception that Vista Peak is overstaffed and that they don't want to accept additional students, that's not necessarily the case. The students they have there require the kind of setting they have at Vista Peak, and it's a commendable program. Also, in the home instruction area, for students who cannot attend school for whatever reason, typically it's a medical reason, but it could be mental health reasons as well. Possibly to look at options where some of those home instructors could have groups of students at a designated location. So rather than always having a one-on-one, it might be 1-on-3 or 1-on-4 or 1-on-5, where the students are still in a very nurturing environment. They're not in the general classroom, they're not in their regular school, but they are receiving their homebound instruction through a certified teacher, and yet have the opportunity to interact with other students to help them to ultimately return to a regular education setting. So we talked again at expanding the scope of services at Vista Peak. I know you've got some opportunities for credit recovery and acceleration for both students with disabilities and students who do not have disabilities, who are credit deficient. Sometimes it's difficult for students who get themselves in a bind to be able to move along with their colleagues, their age-appropriate classmates. So rather than put them in a situation they can't get themselves out of, having these options gives them a good opportunity to make that move forward. Transition options for students who may not have met graduation requirements or who require a final step, and I think maybe Mrs. Tweedy alluded to that. School to work or other post-secondary experience, look at those options as well. We talked about students who are unable to attend school for medical reasons. There's also other students who are unable to attend school for other reasons, whether they be mental health reasons or whether they be disciplinary reasons. So looking at options at Vista Peak for those types of students as well, or at other locations. The CBS services offered through Vista Peak might be looked at in a little more detail. They provide a service to help reintegrate students or pre-placement to provide some guidance to schools. So as we're looking at the possibility of additional BAT team, the CBS services might be looked at in that context to see how they might work with the BAT team and other behavior interventions. With parent engagement, we talked a little bit earlier about how we can provide parents with information about legal issues and other issues related to special education. So overall, parents were very pleased with special education services provided in Deer Valley School District. There is a perception out there that the district has had more than its fair share of complaints and due process issues. This wasn't verified by the attorneys who work for the district and looking at data around the state of Arizona. Due process or complaints are often the result of a lack of understanding and a lack of ability to compromise and come to a resolution of an issue at the school. So having interviewed at the district's attorneys, the number of complaints and due process proceedings are within the norm for Arizona school districts of a similar size and demographic. However, if the district could provide parents with information about issues such as eligibility and about FAPE and about LRE and about what the IEP addresses and maybe even work on some conflict resolution, these are areas that might help promote parent understanding and understanding on the part of the school district and the school staff to come to a resolution rather than wind up in an adversarial situation.
And just to clarify, information for this also came from Department of Education, Arizona Department of Education.
It was based on information provided by the Arizona Department of Education, yes.
Thank you.
So special education, as you can see, is complicated. It's easily misunderstood. Getting clear, accurate information would hopefully minimize the need of parents to go to a due process proceeding.
Well, number 10. Yeah, home stretch. So driving question 10 was, with reference to finances, is the district maximizing its revenues with respect to state and federal resources? We know special ed, besides being extremely complicated, there's almost an infinite amount of cost items. There's very few revenue items, and one of those is Medicaid and the IDA grant, so we want to take a look at those. I'm trying to do my best Rich LeBrie impersonation. He was the one that was in charge of finance, Medicaid. He spent a lot of time with Jim and Ernie. He sends his regrets he couldn't be here tonight. I'm going to try to do my best Rich LeBrie. If there's any questions that come up at the board that I can't answer, I will bring back to him for response, if that's okay. The district has averaged over $3 million over the past 3 years. And as you can see, for 2017, 2018, almost $3.5 million in Medicaid. Based on Mr. LeBrie's analysis, it appears that the district is receiving most of the Medicaid funds for which it is eligible, and that is a real celebration, because acquiring Medicaid, if you, the expression is chain is only as strong as its weakest link. By the time a child is deemed eligible for Medicaid and the time that check comes to the district, there's a lot of things that have to happen that go right. Anything that goes wrong the district is not going to maximize its revenue. So that is a real celebration from everybody involved in the IEP process. The IDA grant funds appear to be well utilized. Besides just looking at the IDA grant, the federal government, because they make things so easy for special education, they say that you can't, that you can't fund something from the IDA grant that's Medicaid eligible. So for example, physical therapy is an IDA, can be an IDA service, but if a district pays for physical therapy services out of the IDA grant, it can't also use that same service for Medicaid. In other words, it's like a double dipping statute. So all that to say that everyone's doing really well with that the IDA grants are being maximized and used in ways that do not jeopardize the IDA or the Medicaid funds. Transportation expenditures have been consistently less than budgeted for the past 5 years with only a modest annual increase. Again, celebrations from the transportation budgets are under the threshold of 5.5%, which is really sort of the gold standard. Transportation is efficient in terms of ridership. Only recommendation that Mr. Labrie will talk about in the report, and I think it's sort of rear view driving on our end because as we were in the district, I believe the district was in the process of acquiring routing software, at least pursuing that. In terms of areas of opportunity, the district staff should continue to be diligent in obtaining required parental consent. So at IEP meetings to make sure that parents, understand that it's not going to affect their personal health care, that it's something that benefits from. Cross-checking eligibility rosters from the Medicaid and the free and reduced lunch, because a lot of times those are correlated, might be another just quality assurance. And considering housing personnel overseeing Medicaid within student support services. Right now, the person, for want of a better term, kind of sits in finance. But again, given the connectivity, just like we talked about preschool, we want that connectivity between the programs and the oversight. That it might make sense to at least have that person that is processing Medicaid be proximity closer to student support. Talked a little bit about the acquisition of computer routing and scheduling systems such as Versatran, so it's a GPS-based system that just helps with efficiencies. You know that when we were interviewing transportation, everyone was covering transportation because that's how all hands on deck, everyone within transportation is. It's hard to retain drivers. Sometimes a good economy is the worst thing to happen for school transportation because people are able to find work other areas. So we know that everyone's working very hard, literally wearing different hats in transportation. So again, just to try to make the offerings more attractive. District may wish to continue expanding the northern yard to include at least one maintenance repair bay. So again, so the repairs can be made on that site. And revising its high school schedule the latest science with regard to adolescent sleep patterns. We give you, again, some really light reading in 144 pages, but within that you're going to see the research on adolescent sleep patterns and how that might have a bearing on Bell's schedule. So we just wanted the board to be aware.
Will that reading help improve our sleep patterns?
It very well may, actually.
Just asking for a friend.
A very fair question. So in summary, we just would like to reiterate some things that the district might want to consider in terms of priority areas, how am I doing, and time frames. Oh man, around 8:30 I would have been able to nail that word. So as excerpted from the report, Dom, you're going to have to take over if I make one more mistake. It is hoped, again, this is right from the report, it's hoped that the recommendations help the district move forward in its special education services. And again, because each of the 38 schools is so autonomous, we struggled a little bit to find what's that common thread, what are the celebrations that we can say are district-wide. And we landed on these 6 that we think reflect sort of what's really working well with the district across grades and across geographical areas. A dedicated staff with a student-centric culture. Again, where teachers seem to be struggling, it's not will, it's tools in the toolbox to meet student needs, but everyone it's an overstatement. The vast majority are really there for the right reason and really want to help kids. They just want to know how to do it better, basically. A commitment to maximize least restrictive environment. We talked about 10 years ago. This district took on a huge undertaking to return students to their neighborhood. That's commendable, but again, it has to be balanced with making sure that students' needs are met. Provision of services within staffing levels that are considered to be within expected limits. You saw that ARI data. Many times it's commensurate, or if not commensurate, people are really working very hard, whether it's in transportation, student support services. People are doing more with less for the most part. Commendable outcomes for students with disabilities, including graduation rates and preschool outcomes. Again, those are quantitative celebrations. Provision of related services that adhere to an educational model. And central office staff that, again, are attempting to do more with less. So those, again, are recurring themes that we see as celebrations. So when we talked about what ways the district might move forward, we provide a lot of data, as you can see in the report, but what might be those areas that are most achievable and operational? So we broke them down into different areas: organizational parameters, MTSS, special education services, and finance. And Dom, I'm losing my voice. I'm going to let you take over here, and I'll pick it back up.
Okay, so we talked about previously additional administrative support for student support services. How that's rolled out is there are many options. Looking at the SES positions to establish a more direct line of communication with student support services. Expanding the current director of student services position to maybe an executive director to be part of the superintendent's cabinet. And there's dates along with this, because as we said, this is not something that can all happen tomorrow, but some things happen sooner, some happen later. Looking at the special education parent advisory committee across schools, switching to a workload model, we talked about that, versus the caseload model. Reverse mainstreaming, MTSS. Okay, just those letters just kind of fall together. Co-teaching is an ideal opportunity to support students prior to identification for special education and after exiting special education, because students are still receiving those services. It's a great MTSS model. Again, as Michael talked about with the tools in the toolbox, that's another tool there. Policies and procedures, looking at common language, forms, team composition, etc., for the MTSS teams, and begin to start collecting data regarding percentages of students referred for testing that were identified for special education at each school. We talked about the co-teaching and how that that would work. Identify and support a plausible cohort for regionalization across the feeder areas. We discussed those various possibilities and how that might evolve over time. Training all the components of having that be successful with sufficient planning. Optimizing the capacity at Vista Peak, everything with respect to physical space, staff training, program supports, etc.
Financial parameters continue to institute best practices that will maximize appropriate Medicaid reimbursements. This is ongoing because it's already something that's happening, but just something to keep paying attention to. Continue to enhance offerings to drivers to recruit hire and retain the best possible personnel. And again, that's no easy feat. So easy for us to say that from here. Consider purchasing and implementing the VersaTrans system to maximize routing efficiency. And again, you can see our suggested timeframes would be fall 2019. Roll out in spring of 2020. And then continue to pursue the plausibility of a 3-tiered system in view of the practicality of changing start times for adolescent students. So again, there's pros and cons to increasing a tiered. Yeah. We did want to thank the governing board for the opportunity to present in this forum tonight.
Well, I think we appreciate the opportunity to make our district better for our kids. Dr. Finch, did you have anything you wanted to wrap up?
Yeah, good question.
White, brown, whatever.
Sure. There's a lot to chew on here, and we're not counting the other 140 pages of data that's in there. So it's obvious that 7 months, it's hard to jam in 3 or 4 hours. So I've been appreciative of their feedback. As you notice, I've already started to suggest some of the low-hanging fruit to the board through Friday updates. So I envision this journey to obviously just be getting started. And so I think I've even mentioned through a Friday update what I see as the next steps is the board giving me the directive to get busy and start developing a plan, start developing some kind of process where we can divide this into parts. And that's what I've been saying since the beginning, that this is a 3 to 5 year process. Anyway, when you're dealing with hundreds and maybe thousands of IEPs, you just don't say tomorrow we're going to be doing this. It just doesn't work that way. And so I appreciate the obviously the hard work that went into it, but also from my team, I know a lot of my folks put a ton of hours in it as well, trying to find you that data and trying to dig it out of the Department of Ed is always a treat as well. So thanks for your dedication and stick-to-itiveness, and when the road got bumpy and you continued to dig and try to get the data that you needed. So thanks for that. And so I think from my perspective, that's my 2 cents, but obviously this is the board's directive or board's opportunity to kind of weigh in what they think we should do next as well.
I think we should think about it and send you what we have processed and maybe come up with some ideas of a direction. Does that sound like a plan?
Sounds like a plan.
Might be something we can do at our board retreat as well.
Sounds very exciting.
Between now and then, start giving me some ideas. But
After the verbal de-escalation training, though, I want that
Well,
first.
I'd like
We'll
that
have to
first
cut out
too,
a
so we
team
know
building
when we know
activity
when
to do
not to
that.
press buttons, and we know whose buttons don't get pressed. Anyway, so thank you for the staff for coming and staying. And we'll all write you a note if you're tired tomorrow when you get to school. It won't mean anything, but it'll be a note with a smile face on it. Yes.
yeah. Yep. Good stuff. Thank you.
And everyone that's sitting around the dais that's not here because we called the meeting, I mean, that's here because you just love us. I
Thank
guess
you.
Melissa could hear us if a board member wasn't talking to her.
Well, she wants to say thank you.
We're saying thank you. And then I think we could wrap the meeting up, yes?
Yep, I think so. Good job.
Ms. Frank, do you mind
Move
if we
to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Hey, Jenny, we just wrapped the meeting up and adjourned with behind your back. No, it was right in front of me. It was, but it rolled off your back.